the key. And Mr. Nongogo, they say you organize this with military precision. I want that military precision. Because the president talked about the number of young people in Africa. I'll tell you this, 540 million Africans are under the age of 34. In fact, they're between 15 and 34 years of age. Over 500 million. The only other region in the world that has a higher percentage, because there's more than 50% of the population in Africa. The only other region where there's a higher percentage is Asia. But here's another number that you'll find interesting. We're in higher education, so we know what the gross enrollment ratio is, right? So the 5 years after you finish matric, what are you doing? The gross enrollment figures in Africa, and this is United Nations, it's not information sourced from a matatu, it's when you just improvise data. Sub-Saharan Africa is the lowest, and they are comparing from 1970 to 2013. It's still way below 10%. Way below 10% in Sub-Saharan Africa. You want to know what it is in South Asia? It's above 20%. In East Asia and Pacific, above 30%. Middle East and North Africa, close to 40%. Latin America and the Caribbean, around 50%. Europe and Central Asia, around 60%, and in North America, close to 90%. So you have young people, if you just take Asia and Africa, you have well close to half the population of the world made of young people, and yet gross enrollment in tertiary education is showing signs of underprivilege. You know what that's the recipe for, right? It's where we're going to need that military precision now to survive. Because they will have incisive anger from the feeling of betrayal. And young people feeling betrayed while they are still stronger and energetic are a very dangerous combination, almost as dangerous as the Arab Spring. And I will never forget the Arab Spring. So when I said, let's remember our why, I meant, let's know what's at stake. That if we don't get it right, we are not just risking higher education faltering, we are risking socio-political instability. Let's please remember that. The chairman of NSFAS is going to do a combined presentation now. And his name is Ernest Khosa. He's our host with the most, so he will have the most responsibility before we take the panel Q&A. Let's welcome Ernest Khosa to stage. Where are the auditors in here? Please, I want you to audit the applause, the intensity of the applause, every time the speakers come, so we know if we are still here. A round of applause for the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director, Mr. Victor Khomuyusana. Just to make a disclosure here, before I complete my preliminaries. So, Mr. Khomuyusana and I were student leaders in the 1980s, just before the famous negotiations in the country. I was his president of the SRC. He was the general secretary of the SRC. But he was more popular than the president, especially among women. I don't know what it is about his voice. For me, it's just an ordinary voice. But every time we had a difficult resolution to pass, we'll say, Victor, come communicate this resolution to the masses of the students. And when he stood up and he said, greetings. They will say, yes, yes, Victor, yes. It's good to have you this morning. It's good to have you chairing this session. To the president, I see he's not here. We've given him a nickname. We call him Mr. Risenga. To our minister, our deputy minister, our DG, the permanent secretary of education in Zambia, Mr. Kamoko, who is in our midst today, and the deputy permanent secretary, Professor Nombo from Tanzania, Prof. Kanyinga, chairperson of the board in Kenya, Professor Dihenga, chairperson board of directors, Higher Education Student Loans Board, Tanzania, Prof. Pakeng, I see she's not here yet, Prof. Mutuse will join us later today, from Zululand and Cape Town, Professor Linkabule from the biggest university in Africa, UNISA, Dr. Atluwalia from Higher Education is here. I haven't seen him. Oh, there he is. Good to have you here. Mr. N. Letebele from the Wellness Center, University of Limpopo. Ms. B.R. Hlekane, principal of one of our very successful TVET colleges in South Africa, the Vemba College. Mr. P.K. Somai, director and head of business, Centurion Solutions from India. Distinguished guests, good morning. The Minister of Higher Education in our country, Dr. Blade Nzimande, was supposed to be standing where I am. He couldn't make it. His name is Blade Nzimande. You know, a blade, there's so much significance in Africa. It's a symbol of hard work. It's a symbol of productivity, but sometimes it can be a symbol of attack. That's who our minister is to NSFAS. It's a great source of support. He extends his greetings to all the guests here. He also extends his support to this conference and its objectives. If the minister was here today, he was going to share with us very passionate stories about his journey in education, his love for the work we do, and his love for the role of education in economic development. He wouldn't have finished his degree because he didn't have funds, was it not for the support of a dean of students called Professor Bengu, who later became our first Minister of Education. So he has got a very practical experience of what it means when there is no access to funding for higher education students. Once again, he extends his support and extends his greetings to all of us here. The Deputy Minister will join us later in our sessions. Now, we had wonderful first two speakers this morning, starting with our CEO, Mr. Nongogo, and our president, Mr. Risenga. Please get used to calling him Mr. Risenga. That is his new nickname. And what both speakers said is very much in tandem with my short presentation this morning. Mr. Nongogo said, African problems require African solutions. The president said student riots can bring down governments. And that can be very true. The program director emphasized again and again the implications of us not securing access for university education, tertiary education in Africa. This is in complete tandem with what I would like to share with you today, because today is a great day in Africa. It's a great day in that we sit here representing different African countries, not to discuss the generalities of education, but its particularities. In this case, funding higher education and the sustainability of education financing agencies. You must remember that none of our great leaders, pre- and post-colonialism, have not spoken loud about education, whether it was Kwame Nkrumah, whether it was the great Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, whether it was Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, whether it was Nelson Mandela, whether the poet Agustino Neto, whether Sankara, whether Lumumba, all have emphasized the importance of education, but in very general terms. They did so because education is more than the ingredient we need, not only to liberate ourselves, but to sustain our liberation. It reinforces our identity and fortifies our philosophies as opposed to rendering us second-class subjects in global development. Our own African philosophers and intellectuals, and we have got many, whether it's Achebe in Nigeria, whether Mphahlele in South Africa, Ngugi in Kenya, Mkandawire in Tanzania, they've again and again emphasized the link between identity, education, and broader development. It's more than encouraging today to see the number of sub-Saharan countries represented here in this conference. And for this reason, this can never be an ordinary conference. It's about a critical ingredient in rendering education accessible to the African youth. You heard the statistics from the program director. Very scary, but also a challenge that we need to wrestle with. By the way, we are not a small continent. We're big enough to encompass the US, China, India, Japan, Mexico, and many European countries combined. You know, those who came earlier will have noticed that we have got a game reserve in South Africa we call the Kruger National Park. It can swallow the rest of the United Kingdom in size. We are a very resourceful continent, and I know that I'm preaching to the converted, but sometimes it's important to repeat the obvious if that will give us more courage to act and to take into account a very important statement by Kwame Nkrumah that action without thought is empty. If it stimulates our thought, even more better. We are a resourceful continent, which in a proper scheme of things was not supposed to depend in the manner in which we're depending to the rest of the world for its own sustenance. We all know that the DRC, when well run, can feed all of us, the rest of the African continent, and still export food to other countries. We all know that if things were well, with the kind of rivers that the DRC, and I'm just talking about one country, has, we'll have no load shedding in South Africa. We will get hydropower from those mighty rivers in Central Africa, and that the drought that we had in Ethiopia and the starvation that we had couldn't have happened. With the good soils we have where the president comes from, the Rift Valley with its greenery and its richness in soil type, the oil wells in the north and the western parts of Africa can keep us going we can't stop. I'm saying this because you cannot divorce education, as the program director emphasized again and again, from economic development. We cannot starve. We shouldn't completely depend on the world. Very interesting developments in Africa, and I'm very happy that this can also be linked to education. In my other life, I am in aviation. I chair the South African Civil Aviation Authority, and I take great interest in what I see happening in Rwanda, in what I see happening in Kenya. In Rwanda, Rwandan Airways has become one of the best in Africa. Kenyan Airways, a very successful airways by our standards. Ethiopian Airways, the best in Africa, among the top 20 now in the world. A great pity that we're going the other way in South Africa. We used to be part of the top 10, but things are going the other way now. Even more interesting in what we see happening in Rwanda with drone technology, your drones delivering medicines. That's encouraging. And that cannot be divorced from the education policy. In that country, I noticed Mr. Fomiswana is an expert on investment in Africa. And I hope he will confirm that one of the greatest revolutions was the decision by the Rwandan government to take a position on its education policy related to language policy. I think we should give Rwanda a big applause. Now, our youth in Africa, who are supposed to be the beneficiaries of funding for higher education, constitute about 19% of global youth. The president was saying about 65% of our population in Africa is youth. I would add that 60% of the youth are below the age of 25. That's a big challenge, but it's also an opportunity. Once again, I'm saying all this because education cannot be delinked from economic development. There's a very close link between education and economic development. We have got big challenges in Africa, challenges that require education, challenges that require an improved system of access to education. We've got challenges related to land. We've got challenges related to increased productivity. We have got challenges related to skills. We've got challenges related to the ability to implement big projects. If I were to talk to some of these challenges that I made, let me start off with land and its relationship with education. In South Africa, the ownership and the use of land is still skewed towards our white counterparts. More than 70% of the land is still in white hands. A good chunk, a smaller portion of that in government hands, and about 13% or so, if not 12.5%, in the hands of the majority in the country. Now, maybe that is just a matter of historical reflection. We need to look at the land issue beyond ownership of land and look at land utility and look at it within the context of food security. Now, you have got the majority of people in the country still fed by a minority of people, where we have not been able to develop sufficient farmers among black people, among the youth. And this challenge is, in my opinion, a function of education. Productivity, one of the biggest challenges that we're facing in our country, and I imagine in the rest of Africa, it's productivity. So many things are said about us, so many political speeches are dispensed, but quite seldom nothing is said about productivity. Productivity is closely related to the culture of work, is closely related to skills, is related to education, is related to the ability for us to implement big projects. Every time there's a big project in Africa, either the Chinese came to do that, or the French, or other people other than us. We need to elevate our education system, access to education, such that we develop a new crew of professionals among our youth who will play a very significant role in productivity, in implementation of big projects, and in the process assist us in economic development in our countries. And to this end, our agencies should not see themselves as isolated entities, but as agents of transformation. In the short term, yes, the immediate challenge looks like access to education, but in the long term, we should become real agents of economic transformation for the development of our own nations and for the development of the rest of our continent. I'm very encouraged this morning to see who's here, to see the number of countries that we're having, to see the progress, Mr. President, that was made from 2006 to date. And I think at this point, if you allow me, Mr. President, I would like us to put our hands together to Mr. Bruce Johnson, who facilitated the first session leading to the establishment of this august organization. Mr. Bruce Johnson. Just over the weekend, was it 2 days ago, I had an opportunity to have a chat with some of the delegates here. We're in the planning session. I was so encouraged to see the different models that are here today, models that I believe will be a subject of intense conversations, models that I believe will be a subject of sharing among delegates here. I got to hear about the model from Rwanda, where the Development Bank is playing a very critical role in the disbursements of funds. We had a lovely and light conversation about that, and I shared some personal opinions about that. We got to hear about the Kenyan model, which is a loan and recovery scheme, which was our model, by the way, Mr. President, about 3 years ago, CEO. But our model has since changed. It has become a grant scheme, and we'll be very happy to share the model with you. If I were to take this opportunity just to share some of the fundamentals of our model in South Africa, and what informs its structure. So, NSFAS commenced about 31 years ago. It was a product of student struggles. Students had to take to the streets to have NSFAS and its predecessors established. It was no easy moment. The seeds of the establishment of NSFAS started well in the mid-80s, when some of us were still students at institutions of higher learning. No easy moment for student leadership then. The program director and I were in a university which was occupied by soldiers for 3 years. So you go to the gate, manned by soldiers. You go to a classroom, manned by soldiers. You go to the library, manned by soldiers. And very interesting story told about one soldier who had not gone to school. So they go around with their guns to the dormitories where students were. And they find students sleeping there, and they say, go to class. And the student says, no, I can't go to class. This is my free moment. Go attend that free moment. Go attend that free moment. No easy times at all. But that's when the seeds of access to education were planted in South Africa. Now, here are the products that we're having. And I'm sharing these products because we have been to Europe, we have been to South America. I'm joining the minister to Asia in a few days. And I find that our model is pretty different to other models in the rest of the world. In South America, for instance, in Venezuela to be particular, access to education for them means access to tuition fees, nothing else. In the rest of Europe, the system is fairly measured, military precision, Mr. President, as you put it. It's centered around the particular circumstances of a student. Ours is tuition fees, it's accommodation, it's study material, it's allowance. So our students receive an equivalent of about, how much is that? Is it $90 per month? If my calculation, CEO, is correct, just for allowance. So it's a very generous system. Now, the determining factor is that the poverty level has got to be within a particular income of families in the country. Now, what cost fees must fall is the fact that we then have a protest from parents who are beyond who are above the threshold. They are saying if your threshold is 350,000 rands a year, I don't know how to put that in shillings, and I am receiving 351,000 rands per annum, can there be exceptions? If I've got 7 children at university, shouldn't that be an exception? If I'm a teacher at a high school and every day I encourage my students to go to university, why should my children be excluded? Why is the government treating middle-class families the way we do? If you are a policeman, if you are a teacher, if you are a nursing sister, you get excluded from the system. Why is it so? So it's a brewing issue that we're dealing with. But for the now, the system is working very well for a particular category of people who hope to learn from other systems as well. From the information I have on my desk, we're working very closely with the NSFAS from Namibia. I imagine we've got the same kinds of challenges and problems. In conclusion, Mr. President and honorable guests, the role of this association is not a marginal one. It is in the interest of social, economic, and political transformation. May I shudder to say, not only in the interest of social and economic and political transformation, but maybe in the interest of philosophical transformation. As Africans, we'll not be able to face our world unless we reassert our African philosophies. It is in philosophy where our identity resides. And yes, in Africa, we need to learn to use identity for constructive purposes and not for divisions. The fact that I'm a Luo should not be used to cause division between the Luos and the Kikuyus and the Kalingas. The fact that I'm a Hausa should not be used to cause divisions between the Igbos, the Hausas, and the Yorubas. We should learn to structure our education such that identity is employed for constructive purposes and not for reasons of division. Thank you so much. We wish you well for this conference. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are going to move to the panel. And by the way, that part about me at varsity is not audited, so it shall not be considered or used in any decision making. Yes. Okay. All right. All right. So you organize that. So we're going to need the leadership of NSFAS on the panel. We're going to need Professor Toli Somtose from the University of Zululand, please. If you join, in fact, let's have her first on the stage so she picks her favorite seat. Yeah, the first woman to ascend the stage, and your applause dies before she even gets to. I'm sorry. I am in show business. This, what I'm doing is show business. So if you don't applaud properly, oh yeah, I actually don't need these microphones, but they know I'm from the country, so they gave me what they call a countryman mic. So we need the NSFAS, please. I think the CEO will join us in the place of the, so that's Andy Lenongo, the CEO, and then the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Education in Zambia, Mr. Joel Kamoko. He's permanent secretary, man. He hasn't even got to the stage yet. And then I think we will also get the president of IHEFA. You're done with the interview, sir? Are you okay with the interview? Yes. Okay, even if you're not done, if they want you, when they want you, we will ask them to raise their hand and we can release you temporarily. We're going to have a very quick panel discussion for the next, I would say, 20 minutes or so, because we're trying to catch up so that by maybe 12 we are taking the break. Let me defer to the permanent secretary, because you would have listened to the discussions from different perspectives, and you would have heard different views, but you are on the, I wouldn't say on the other side, but as the Ministry of Education, you deal with more than just funding higher education, which means your perspective is a lot more complex and a lot more complicated than this. With the numbers that we have been throwing about, some of us for dramatic effect, and the realities of agencies like NSFAS, and the president who's trying to rally funding agencies from different countries with different backgrounds. And what is your initial stab at this? The theme being the future of student funding and the sustainability of African higher education financing agencies. Please, indulge us.
Good morning, Mr. President, and good morning, panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. You look too serious. I feel intimidated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like the President and the SG, I'm a former student leader of the University of Zambia. And in listening in this room, I feel warm at heart because we're discussing our African reality. Our reality is that given our poverty levels, if we do not handle it well, we invest so much money into tertiary education which does not lead to other than ordinary tertiary education. And therefore, the burden for all the African countries is that we'll have produced a generation that is neither here nor there. They are not empowered to participate in the global competition. Why? Because the question of finance is extremely important. Already the one who spoke last closed it well for me. When you give me what you've given me, and you have excluded me from accessing that system, are you sure that my income level is worth calling an income? I think that's a burden that every planner must think about. How inclusive is the scholarship system we have? What is it that it's paying for? Does it help our children? For instance, in Zambia, there's a point at which we said, no more meal allowance. And I can assure you, me who come from the poor, that the minute you remove meal allowance, you are inculcating a sense of social destitution among students. I liked what he said. When students strike, it hurts you deeply. But if you take a picture away from them, you will understand there are seething issues you are not paying attention to. So as a ministry, the burden is not so much to agree or disagree, but to be relevant to changing circumstances. And we believe for the New Dawn government, we're very lucky, because one, we have a very hard-working higher education scholarship board, which has been told it's reform time. Why are we reforming? We've reintroduced free education. We want university education worth its name. And obviously, COVID showed the world over that we are not doing very well with our universities insofar as we boast about them being good institutions, in the sense that they had no capacity to cater for the majority of their clients when it mattered most. Because we were used to a traditional mode of teaching, chalk and talk. And suddenly, we could not do it anymore. And our alternative for internet connectivity wasn't neither here nor there, because the digital divide in Africa is either paid lip service or we find it's too expensive for us. And we seem to be afraid to jump into the digital era because we feel tomorrow this one will spy on me, the other one will spy on me. What about all the smartphones you have in this room? Are you sure you are in control of them? There's your data there, isn't it? Don't you think the world has access to that data? So Africa needs to run away from being afraid of being part of the global village. So when we talk sponsorship along things to do with student welfare, I think we are also taking cognizance of how much have we put into our education systems for them to be able to turn themselves around and participate in the change demands in an education system today. So for me, as you speak and as you spoke to us, the three provocative speakers who spoke with a lot of military precision, I wondered whether they were not reminding us that we better know that if the majority of the young are not taken care of, we are going into an Africa where it will be the young versus the old. And therefore, that Arab Spring example reminds us we are sitting on a time bomb. And for me, this theme is so appropriate because we need to remember that social institutions are only created for the relevance of serving the majority. And so if we review the higher scholarship mode and funding methodology and open it to a wider community, then we must meet the needs at different levels and be broad enough to accommodate everyone who wants to benefit, except we should not also continue believing in handouts and appeasing those that have good income levels. I wonder how many of those are real in our society. I want to close on the understanding that you've chosen the right theme. I think if we can talk financing higher education, we're closing our opportunity to participate competitively with the rest of the world. And I think this is a special occasion. For me, I'm going home with a smile because I'm going home with solutions. I'm told I'll listen to so many discussions and different financing models such that when I'm back home, my business is to support the Higher Education Scholarship Board to be relevant to the needs of the nation. I wish to submit and thank you for the privilege to speak before this august house.
Well, before you submit, you're from Zambia, sir, and Zambia is in a very special point in its history. And I'm talking about political leadership. The kind of radical approach that COVID-19, highlighting ICT that we are lagging behind in, and the general laxity in financing higher education for inclusive growth. Do you believe that we have been shaken enough to get that sense of urgency at the critical mass level of African countries to be able to effect change for the better?
I wish I'd borrow your words and let you speak just like you've just said. I think it is time we woke up to one reality. You cannot talk education without financing it enough, without letting that board have the autonomy to be able to have ideas that will bring resource on board. Then that group of individuals will not enjoy their job. It becomes a nightmare and a political nuisance. Unless we put our money where our mouth is, our young will not learn. The COVID divide taught us one thing, all of us. You either innovate, create, move on, or you left behind. Lastly, you yourself spoke very well. I was listening to you, I was wondering what your background is. But now you've already reviewed the secret where one was a general secretary, one was a president. So I'm not going to that secret since you said it's off record. I think there's one thing that comes out of there. We all have different roles to play at a time. Our current president's cry is that education must move and move now. Education is the panacea to competitive world. When I'm knowledgeable, then I can compete. I can make the right decision. But that education system must give me the skills, the knowledge, the soft skills, name it, so that I can compete favorably with the rest of the world. I submit.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause. I would like to get back to you later in this. Vice Chancellor, Prof. Mtose, you are at a university that was called a bush college in the history of South Africa. It was for Africans in a rural area, catering for the majority poor students. And that has just been put on the same platform to compete with the VETS, the UCT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Cambridge, Yale, on an equal platform, especially because the University of the Future looks like it's going online. What is your take and experience of running an institution, but in the context where financing is becoming such a divider and separator, almost deepening the crisis of inequality?
Thank you very much. As you know, because you are South African, that the so-called historically disadvantaged institutions remain disadvantaged. There is no history in it. We still continue to be like that. But the most important thing for me as a leader of such an institution is to make sure that the students that come to the University of Zululand, in terms of capacity building and human building, those students are well-resourced here in the mind rather than the resources. So whatever we have as resources of the institution, we stretch it to as far as we can go. However, the country, because it's a country of laws, is keeping its promise on transformation and transformational agenda, which is why we are talking NSFAS, which is why I would say, as much as the learners that I serve or the communities I serve are from poor background, the quality of education has got to go up so that they are equally equipped in terms of capacity when they leave us. The help and the promise of the country, one, is to say that all people of South Africa who need to have access in higher education get the access. Now, the question we have as a country is the question of affordability. As Mr. Nongoko would say, he would look at me and say, where do you think I get the money to fund all your 95%? Because that's where we're different as historical disadvantaged institutions, is that the majority of the learners, unlike those who go to vets and all those places, who then, by virtue of being the middle class, and by virtue of my students being the poor and the working class, that I get more of the NSFAS in terms of the funding, because they are funded through NSFAS. However, the problem, therefore, comes because the students themselves do not necessarily perform, which is what is increasing the bill in terms of NSFAS, which is why NSFAS is proposing controls to say underperformance cannot be rewarded, so to say. So I would say that the students at the University of Zululand come in with an understanding that this is the only thing I have for me as mobility out of poverty. And if I don't perform or I lose this opportunity, which is what we preach as the university, is to say, because Mr. Nongoko doesn't smile, if you fail, then the NSFAS will take away the funding for that particular, the following academic year. So they have got that understanding in their minds that excellence in learning is the best tool for them to get more funding or to move forward. So what I'm also wanting to say to you is that for me as a South African that did not come from a well-off background, I understand that your lack of money or the poverty is not an equivalence of ignorance or stupidity. Therefore, when you approach education in the same vein, and then let the government, as a government that is ruled by its policies and by laws of the country, that say all have got a right to education. Let the government play its role, but at the same time, let education system be the oil machine that makes sure that the money and the funding that is spent on these students from the poor and working class is not wasted or is not going in vain. So that's what I would,
The changes in the labor market dynamics
yeah.
dictating what we educate for, are we managing that well so that we decrease the degree of dependency on the likes of NSFAS so that the economy, more and more the employment sector can start funding a larger or an increasing percentage of the programs we offer at universities like Zululand?
Yeah, no, I think that's where the problem for me is that very approach that you are alluding to, that there's someone that is sitting outside this triangulation. You must see universities are part of the government as well as the private sector. So each one of us must play their role. You know, I always get troubled when people, because it's like, I don't know if you had your granny telling you the story of Ihaku, Nenduku, this one is chasing the other one, and that one is saying it's that one's problem. And I think we should come to a conversation as a country to say we are all responsible, roundedly. It can't be that when you go to the private sector,
Yeah, you may applaud.
the private sector believes that their job is to look at what is the government doing, what is
Yeah.
universities are doing.
Or
which
or you are giving young people I cannot employ.
Exactly. So we need to understand that this will work. It's like an ecosystem. It will work only when all of us are making sure that the child sitting in the center of this is well prepared for all and is well prepared by the university. So the issue of productivity and the issue of that child leaving the system and getting to it. So for me, I think I'll elaborate on this point more when I do my presentation on sustainable funding framework, because it's all about how you look at it from a framework point of view, that all these people, all these concepts should actually be contributing to the development, the capital development, the human development of the students that we train. So it's not about University of Zululand or being at the University of Cape Town. It's about understanding your role as an institution of higher learning, that my role is to train and nurture this person and make this person ready. But I'm saying the private sector must be ready with its own tools to handle this very product, because we should all be contributing in the training. For example, at the University of Zululand, we've just started a new engineering program. And for me, what was most important was to say, who is the industry around us that we are training for? And therefore, in terms of curriculum development and in terms of training the students in engineering, we need to bring those people on board and say, what are your expectations of us? And what curriculum, therefore, would work for the industry? So for me, it should work like that, not one is working in isolation or one is the master of the other. No.
Well, let's talk that sustainability.
Yeah,
You have Richards Bay Minerals
yes.
up the road. You are trying to train engineers, but then where you source your students, in other words, students who would rather not go to the more prestigious universities, you don't find enough STEM subjects or the right pass rates. Therefore, your problems go deeper then than whether or not you have the funding for the right kind of qualifications.
The trick is, if you bring the industry on board and they fund these students, you know, people only value where they put their money on. And this far, I've not had bad pass rates because the industry is on board. And the industry is funding those students. The majority of them are getting the bursaries from the industry itself. So that's why I'm saying to you, there's no way, when we break the ecosystem, then we're going to have hazards all the time, because there's no way that one can work outside the other.
Is there an ideal point of facilitation, sort of the fulcrum, where you can say, to drive all these elements of sustainable development, this hub must function? Is it
We
just a
should
matter of
all
social
be-
compact, or is there a point where you can say, this lever must work better than the others to be able to rally them together optimally?
So, for example, if you're talking about competence, all of us should make sure that we are competent in wherever we are. So that will drive this success, so to say, that we are proposing. If we make sure that there's capability all around, therefore that means we will all succeed. So the issue for me is, we need to stop looking at what's wrong with the other, but rather say, what skills and values can we embrace from one another so that we move forward as the partners that should be in the first place.
Let me move the same
The
question.
problem that I want to address with you is, you also, I'm going to critique you from the perspective that you seem to be driving or facilitating the notion that when you come from a historically disadvantaged background, therefore there must be some kind of deficiency that you bring. And let me assure you that the students that personally I have deliberately studied in disadvantaged institutions, they're about UCT, they're about Harvard, the one thing I have learned is that my background does not determine the level of understanding that I bring to the classroom. But what determines how I understand is when you are using a curriculum that is so detached from me and my own understanding. So as you teach students, the whole notion, you know, the philosophy teacher, because you told me that you're a teacher true and true, is that, you know, teachers, when they were training us, used to say, you start from the known to the unknown. And I think that's where we're failing the historically disadvantaged children, because you start and you make examples that are so Eurocentric that they know nothing about. And the more we push ourselves to an understanding of being Africans, and therefore even examples we make should be African-based and orientated. So that's how our children are going to capture and learn the Eurocentric. The problem we have, we're doing it the other way around. So I wanted to critique you on that there's nothing wrong with students who come to Zululand. There's nothing wrong here. They are mentally okay, but
No.
what they are lacking
No.
is the experience of the children who come from advantaged backgrounds.
No, Prof.
That's what.
Prof, if you have 100 positions at your university,
Yes.
and vets at UCT, UJ, whatever, have similar positions or more, a student in Mduba gets a level 7s in all subjects, including physical science. He captures the attention of those universities. In fact, our top 20, top 30 in the country are beginning to go to Harvard, and they are getting poached. So we, the University of Limpopo, are left with those who might not have obtained. That's where I was going.
Liberate yourself as University
Okay.
of Limpopo. Get out of this notion that, you know, you must be defined by the others. Define yourself and define what your values and what skills do you want to penetrate through the learners that come to your university. Don't, you know what, I always say it's okay to be a historically disadvantaged institution as long as you change the perspective and the construction. Because all these things we are saying, I promise you somebody will push them in your mind.
Yeah, but let me ask
And
the
now
question.
you believe
Prof,
them.
Prof, let me
That
ask the question before you answer it.
There's something that now, you know, let me put it
But
this way.
let me ask the question before you
Yeah,
answer it.
yeah.
I'm saying we are competing for 100 top
We
students in the
shouldn't be
country.
competing.
What do you mean we shouldn't be competing?
Yeah,
He's not going to
no.
finance them if they are not bringing good symbols. You see, we are looking at the financier. The financier wants achievers. Or would
Yes.
you finance underachievers?
Yes.
She just said you are a no-nonsense chartered accountant.
he's not.
You don't finance an underachiever.
No.
Are you going to finance a level 3?
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out.
So I think
He's not, sorry. Let me answer so that, you know, you and I, we need further talk on this so that I can liberate you. You see, what I'm saying is, remember that when these young people come from matric,
Right.
there are no underachievers. All of them have got entry requirements to university. That's the starting point. So for me, the notion of where you come from in the first instance should be, because there are standards here and norms and standards. So whether you were in Mtuba, you get your 7 in Mtuba. It's not M7 that is an equivalent of where you come from. It's the same as being in Rondebosch and getting a 7. So I think we need to move away from the notion, which is what I'm dealing with my students as well, to say when there are competitions, for example, this entrepreneurship or science competitions, let them go there with confidence that there are scientists in making too. And let me tell you, they win because it's all here. You see this pathology that is in our minds as black people. We cannot continue and come to an African conference and we continue perpetuating the stereotypes of being Africans, I'm very strong on this one because it's my field, to say we are perpetually talking, because it's not like when you're talking these divides, UCT and Limpopo and UniZulu, you're doing it consciously, understanding that this is about the environment, where this learner comes from. You're doing it with an understanding also that it's equivalent of how much I can absorb in higher education. That is problematic. I don't want an African child coming from UniZulu or Limpopo going there and see himself or herself as an underdog. I want that child to go there with confidence that I am equally trained equally trained. I'm not saying, you know, this discussion we are bringing about the rating institutions and all that, it's another discussion that we can take one day.
Okay.
But I'm saying to you, as for the child
Yes.
coming from these environments, should never be discriminated
Yeah,
by
we-
any
we-
means.
Okay, before you go to the chief.
I want to hear the finance.
Wait, before
Yeah.
you get to that. I want the South Africans to say something that will bring you back together. Amandla! Amandla! Wait. Amandla! Now where to? Did you hear me there? Okay, let's get back to bots.
Now, Andile, you are the financier. You make the final decision who qualifies, who doesn't qualify. But more than anything, you are overwhelmed by the volumes of young people who need funding because they can't fund themselves. The social compact that she's referring to, and everybody has mentioned, that this is not an issue that one partner can solve. You as NSFAS, with limited resources, do you see us close to where we should be, the sustainable model or optimum conditions, or you think we have a long way to go yet?
I think, well, maybe let me answer directly and say, I think there's still a little bit of a long way to go. And I think maybe to the point Prof is making, it's for us less about which institution you come from. In fact, I do want to say, in fact, we do have a particular bias towards previously disadvantaged institutions, simply because it starts with an understanding of who exactly are we trying to fund. Our aim is to fund poor students who would not otherwise have the opportunity. So I think if you understand that, then you understand that where they would be from, or where they would probably mostly be in those previously disadvantaged institutions. Now, you said I'm an accountant, so indeed I don't want to claim to be an academic, I'm an accountant. You know, the question for me, or for us, is it true that a BCom accounting in UniZulu should cost less than a BCom accounting in UCT?
Nope.
Right? Is it true that after having gone through that program, you become less of an accountant if you've qualified in a previously disadvantaged institution to another institution? Now, I'm saying this is important for us as a funder because what we pay is different. And the question is why? So that's firstly the most important thing for us.
Do you continue to pay
Well, as
differential rate?
As it is now, we pay for what the institution charge. We do not dictate what it is. And these are the studies and the research and the conversations we need to have to say, is it really, should we be paying these different amounts? You know, one of the studies we've done with our team is to say, I asked my team, granted it was not an academic study, it's more an accounting study really, to
was a
say,
study.
what goes into the costing of these fees? Are we paying for fixed infrastructure? What exactly are we paying for? So the point I'm making is that for us, it's what we are paying for. That's one. Two, if we understand the context of our beneficiaries, sure, we should not just be a funder that simply finances. What is it that we do to make sure that we support them, we add value so that at least they can, when you come from a previously disadvantaged background and you are in a class such as this setting, it requires a serious kind of confidence to raise your hand and ask a question for clarity.
Sure.
You know, how do we then get you to be at that level of confidence? how do, when we see that, as Prof is saying, that the system, the way it is, its examples that are not contextual to you, makes simple things difficult. How do you then support you to reach those? So the point I'm making is, for us, yes, it's important that there's academic progression, particularly once the students enter the system. Because especially in the context where it's almost like a grant, to access it is simple. All you have to be is a person who meets the financial requirements. What we don't assess at that point in time, whether or not you have this drive to succeed. Others take on this program simply because they have nothing to do. They know that there's going to be these grants for a point in time. So that's why it's important for us to make sure that once you're in the system, don't hog a space for somebody else who really wants to use it fruitfully. Hence, you then want to check progression.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking you, because you are running the treasury here and the demand is increasing. I'm asking you whether you see an optimal balance in the sources of your funding. As a finance guy, you know, you can't source your funds from the same pot. You have to diversify so that when there is a crunch in the revenues like we had with COVID, other funders can inject. Are you as NSFAS? Because you can't be expected to do everything, and yet the queue at your door is increasing. That's where I'm going, because the theme is sustainable funding. I want to hear whether we are moving towards sustainability. We have the right formula. We have the right parties at the table participating. Is there an eagerness from the supplementary and complementary sources of funding other than where you are sourcing your money?
So I think there is appetite from the private sector to fund.
Okay.
But however, I think we must take this especially in our context as South Africa, that government has committed to funding students, right, who meet a particular threshold. Now, up until the policy changes, even if another funder comes, you are simply double dipping because those students are already funded. Where we are looking for other funders to say, the so-called missing middle, where do you then come in to supplement? Because the chairperson of the board was making this example of a teacher who earns, let's say, 356,000 per annum. They're just outside of the threshold that they feel they need to get some sort of funding. How do you access those? So this is where the private sector, we want it to come and play, because the other part is spoken for by government. But even on the part that is spoken for by government, the question we are asking ourselves, are we funding the right skills that are relevant in the economy? You know, that really is the critical issue.
And what's the answer?
Well, I have not done any empirical study on this to give you an answer, but the answer is indeed there should be scope for us to look at qualifications that are scarce and critical and that are needed by the common economy, instead of this open-ended where we are virtually funding everybody. So it's a function of policy as well.
All right, Mr. President, you are listening to an agency in South Africa, a vice chancellor at a South African university, but it might as well have been in Uganda, in Kenya, in Rwanda. You are trying to rally different countries and funding agents, financing agents in different countries, in the same theme of optimization of sources. So we don't have that concentration risk of sourcing money from the same pot, while balancing the labor market dynamics to make sure we are funding students for employment or entrepreneurship, not unemployment. And then getting the social compact of the right players across geographies on the African continent. What is on your dashboard with regard to the progress towards that optimum sustainable model?
So you find that various governments will come with their own policies that they will be wanting to push. When I look at my own country, Section 43F of the Constitution gives assurance that anybody who wants to pursue his or her education, the state will be there to support that education in regard to financing and also in regard to access and quality. The question that I hear Andile asking himself, and these are questions across all governments, because they are social protection animals, these governments, as they come in place. 2 weeks ago, I think, or thereabout, we have a new government that has come in. when you look at their manifesto, deliberately goes towards making education affordable and also accessible. Now, how do you then make affordable for the right skills? When I look at most of the government, they are saying as long as you qualify, and you heard from Professor Mutose, there's a cutoff if you qualify to go. But then qualify to go and do what? For example, is our country suffering from lack of pastors? So that then we know the skills that we need to fund is theology.
You had to go there, didn't you?
No, I just speak as an example.
Oh, yeah.
So this aspect of what do we need to fund is very critical. Now, the other one of saying, simply because you have qualified, just go there. Do we need teachers, for example? If we don't need teachers, why would government be applying the meager resources they have towards, teaching and producing more teachers? So I think it's a high time that faculties also need to listen to the market and say the kind of graduates, the kind of workforce that we want to produce for the next generation shouldn't be all, 4IR guys. Is theology now we have done enough. Enough tithe is being generated by virtue of the kind of theologies we produce. Now the next level is to get the extractives out of DRC, Congo, under. What kind of people do we require to get the extractives out from where they are, and then we put more money there? And we are not saying that the government priority programs, the people who are not on government priority programs cannot go to school. The faculty will still be available, but then you finance for yourself, so that those meager resources are then distributed in the right architecture to the right people who deserve it. At the end of the day, one question that we should be pushing is equity and access.
Yeah.
You have heard that people are coming from very vulnerable backgrounds. Most of the agencies here across Africa are actually funding that vulnerability, because the ones who can afford will not even go to your UCTs, to your Lipompos. They will be ill, and their parents will be able to support them. So for us, those guys who are really desperate down in the pyramid are the ones that we should be careful that we should not lose any of them in terms of lack of financing.
Yeah, but you're from Kenya, right? You have Konza City there, which is a technopolis. You've attracted lots of investment in fintech. So Kenya is the leader in technology. Do you see, for argument's sake, Kenyan universities and the Kenyan private sector, the Safaricoms, what is the energy company that sells prepaid?
Kenyan
Yeah.
Power.
Do you see them beginning to come in and say, NSFAS of Kenya, or step aside, we've got this. Focus on other areas where there won't be private sector funding. Because we know due to the HDI, Human Development Index, there are still going to be many children of Kenya who won't be able to get into Konza City kind of qualifications. You overtook the avocado thing, exporting to China now, leader in Africa. Do you see studies being funded by private sector that are beginning to relieve the fiscus of that responsibility so that it can now go and deal with those children who can be funded? Because that's where we know there's a social compact gaining some ground. Otherwise, we will still be doing the same even when the government is funding children who are going on to be employed or start enterprises.
I'm sorry,
I'm looking for questions as well. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't see that coming from the private sector. They are doing it, but in a very small scale. But then you also need to look at what amount of money is required for these skills.
Right.
Today, the budget of Kenya, about 27% is deployed towards education. Out of a budget of 3 trillion Kenya shillings, about 550 billion is deployed to education. Now, the challenge is which private sector can afford a quarter of the budget of Kenya? If not even a quarter, 0.00 something of a quarter of the budget of Kenya. So yes, it may be there, but the impact is almost negligible. We don't feel it. I have more problems even also with the faculty, like you say. The country, Kenya, for example, is leading on fintech and all these things that they are doing. But the question is, who is teaching the students who are pursuing fintech in colleges? They are the same very old, I don't think you're very old professors, and we are talking about, 5G, 4IR, and you expect the guy, the professor of 1970 of thunderstorm engineering to teach a nanotechnologist of today?
Sanders.
So we have a faculty disconnect also in regard to the people we are producing.
Okay, do we have questions? We're going to need to round up, but I need to just see if there are comments, very brief,
Can I-
from the floor. Prof?
Yeah, sorry, I just want to explain to you, because this is troubling me, the issue of competition. Why I was saying competition, I'm saying that if you're talking about sustainable funding, as a country, we should not be competing, but rather partnership with other institutions. If you are advantaged, you then partner with, you take a partner from the historically disadvantaged institution. And even in terms of resources, like if you look at sciences, the equipment that they use, why should we all as institutions, 26 of us, now soon to be 27, all of us are asking from the same pot. NRF, we are all asking for the similar machines instead of partnering. You look at Western Cape, for example. I like the way in which they work as institutions of higher learning here, because they're in partnership, they're a cluster. So in terms of resources, they don't have to double. That's what I was talking about. I'm not saying rankings are nonsensical, but I'm saying competition, the ugly competition that runs in institution is very unhealthy, as opposed to partnerships.
So the
that we should be paying.
sustainability also
Yes.
includes collaboration
Exactly.
among institutions
Yeah,
of higher
exactly,
learning.
yes.
Because you're right, if our gross enrollment ratio is below 10%, we are not doing well anyway. Whether I'm a number one or number two, I'm number one in a league that's producing
GDP is bad.
not enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I get you,
Yeah.
Prof. I get you. Let's are there questions, comments? All right. May I suppress you for now and go to the back? I'll work this way. Introduce yourself, please. Yeah, no, it's a River Nile thing. I'll come to you, sir. I'm joking. Yeah. Carry on, please. Introduce yourself just for the benefit of others and the organization you represent, and then ask your question.
Okay.
Or make your comment. That's allowed.
Good morning, sirs. Good morning, madam. My name is Francis Mwanza from Zambia, Higher Education Loans and Scholarship Board. Very educative conversation. Both CEOs, CEO Nesfas and the president of IEFA have alluded to the fact of funding, necessary, what I would call relevant or necessary programs that the market needs. I would like to hear more especially from the president of IEFA, who is coming from Kenya, where they are running a similar model like Zambia, where ultimately they are not grants but loans. What has been the impact of funding what I would call the irrelevant, programs? What has been the impact?
What's an irrelevant program? Just give me an example in Zambian context.
For instance, programs that are not
Producing
demanded by
pastors
the
when you need engineers.
labor market.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you. I thought you just, he used another example which, anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
You've got it, Mr. President. All right, I'll come to this side, but let's go that side. Oh, yeah, you've got a mic? He's got a mic? He's got a mic.
Yes, my name is Dr. John Boati. I'm a board member of the Ghana Student Loan Trust Fund. And I have a question about the issue of government committing to funding only students that meet some particular threshold. So when such students are catered for, what happens to those who do not meet that threshold? Knowing that some of the methods that are used to obtain those thresholds leave a number of good or very good, exceptional, very good students. They are cut off because of probably where they are coming from, or because of the methods that are used in assessment and things like that. And so it's a very dangerous precedent, I think, of just using some particular threshold to sort of fund given the figures that was given, 540 million young people in Africa, and if the goal is to capture all this, I think we should come up with innovative ways that will make sure that everybody is taken care of. Everybody, there is a means, there is a way to finance all these students so that they will be able to go through. If I should give an example from Ghana, a number of children who are not able to go through the second cycle institutions, they end up becoming apprentices. And a number of them, they end up as mechanics. They learn as apprentices to fit or to sort of work on mechanics. They work on vehicles.
Right.
And they learn through these skills for 3 years or so, and they become apprentice, master apprentice, who they repair vehicles. So when you look at our system in Ghana, about 90 or more percent of mechanics in the system that fix vehicles are these boys. Professionally, you will find maybe 2% that are Toyota. They have this setup. But majority of these children, they are people who learn through this apprenticeship. And a number of them, they are people who drop out from school, from JHS. And they go and learn for 3 years. And then the other students who pass very well and get to go to the best universities, they become mechanical engineers. And after qualifying as mechanical engineers and things, they are not able to even, when your car breaks down, they are not able to fix it. And these children who are nobodies, they are the ones who are making the system work. So it doesn't mean that they are, because they fell out, doesn't mean that they are dumb or they are stupid. But probably it was because of the way the teaching and learning were done. But if the system is cutting these children out because of not being able to meet the threshold, then we are doing ourselves a big disservice. And I think that's not going to help us meeting those targets that have to be captured.
Excellent.
So,
Either a bridging program to make them just exactly the point you make, Prof, that we don't write off somebody because they are not able to give you, anyway, the point well made. Let me take the last point here because unfortunately I can't carry on forever. Okay, the fourth one. Andile, that's for you. The 1 hour threshold is for you and Prof.
Okay, thank you, the moderator.
And then President, that one for irrelevant programs issue. Please go ahead, sir.
Allow me, I have 2 comments and I want to direct them to PS.
For sure.
Minister of Education, Zambia. I want to thank the 4 panelists for the good show. PS, we are talking about sustainable financing of the loans board or scholarship board, whatever name we call it. But the conversation I'm hearing from the panelists, it seems most of these loan boards are contributing to unemployment by way of funding whatever program the university is coming up with. And you are aware that actually universities, in a bid to raise the number of students in order to get the fees, they have also come up with any program, even the president mentioned pastoring. Is it a program or whatever? Now, at the end of the day, all the countries in Africa, they have very good development plans, whichever name you call it. Where I come from is a national development plan. And when you read those plans, they have determined the direction that we should be taking. And largely they are talking about, creating human resource capital in areas of need. But it seems all of us are now just saying, let's fund, and we create unemployment. And many of these loan boards are supposed to be revolving fund, implying that when we fund you, you get out of the college, you should be able to pay back. I just want your comment on that. Why is it the geopolitical environment that is forcing us to fund whatever comes on market? Why don't we stick to particular programs that will spur economic development? I want your comment on that. The other one, still, which I want your comment on, the spirit of AHEFA was to bring together all the financing agencies so that we can learn from each other, we can advise countries the best practice in managing this scheme so that they can be self-sustaining. And in doing so, we have seen many countries moving away from the ministry management to creating semi-autonomous, autonomous body. When I was listening to the president's speech, he did mention it looks like, again, there are new reforms coming up in Africa, returning these schemes to government. And I'm sure in your meetings, wherever you are, those discussions are coming up. I just want to appeal to you. Maybe, to me, I feel that's not the best way to go. Because we are talking of an entity that must do resource mobilization, that must have proper governance structure, an apex level, management level, clear legal framework on recovery, by returning them to the ministry. Like in our country, actually, now they're talking about new rationalization, mergers, mainstreaming. I think the same is happening in Namibia and other countries. We are beginning to get worried. I just want to hear your comment. Is it the best way you have undertaken a study that this now should go back to the ministries again for proper management in your view? Thank you. Your comment, please.
Please, let's start with that. Oh no, there's a lot. So, Mr. President, that's also for you, right?
Yeah,
Let's have the last point there because we need to wrap up this session.
yeah, mine is just a quick comment. My name is Karote Kanyinga, Universities Funding Board, Kenya.
Oh,
The
yes.
comment about irrelevant courses, I am pleading that we don't get into that space. Universities exist for purposes of producing knowledge. Whether it's theory, that's what feeds into practice. And that's where universities actually need even to be more ivory towers, because that's where practice blends with practice. There is no single knowledge that is irrelevant in any mankind. In Europe today, and parts of universities here in South Africa, there is no single unit or course that you can do without studying the philosophy of that course. Philosophy of chemistry, philosophy of physics, right? Because every discipline is anchored in a certain theoretical perspective. And there is a debate that is taking place in several parts of Africa today about the relevance of history, religion. That's a very dangerous debate because those are the core foundations of humanity as we know them. And perhaps some of the challenges we face is because we don't teach these courses very well. Thank you.
No, it's not a dangerous debate, Prof. I agree with you. Why did we kill philosophy? You want scientists with no philosophical grounding?
Exactly.
So let's not be afraid of it.
Yeah,
Let's talk about it.
The point I'm making is that there is nothing like an irrelevant course.
Okay.
A few years ago, archaeology in the whole of Africa was not valued. Today, archaeologists are the billionaires who work with bags, with money, because there is no bank in the rural areas to bank what they do.
All right.
We neglected it. Now the whole of Southern Europe is having the archaeologists in Africa, managing everything that we do. Because we did not invest in archaeology. We are having small boys and girls from Europe trolling everywhere in Africa today because we neglected those disciplines. I'll speak more about this in the afternoon.
No, you've made a point there, Prof. It might be about balance, optimal mix, proportion of what you do relative to the demand that is pressing, but in the end, I think I understand your point very, very well. Netflix is putting a lot of money into Africa, and there are no historians who can capture the stories of. And so the billions have to rely on the Brookings Institute in Washington again to relay African history. It's very scary. But anyway, I'm sure we understand that you might find that you need more ICT engineers because you have this pressing need, but that should not render other courses irrelevant. Thank you very much. Prof. and Andile, you had your questions. Please address them. We need to wrap up, and then we'll close with the President. And then I'll give the Permanent Secretary the last word as well.
I think our question was around threshold. And as a person that is working on the new framework for funding, I argue that threshold for South African funding scheme is not homogeneous as we want to believe, that it's a group of the missing middle, so to say, is not a homogeneous group of students that are outside the threshold, whether, that, like the chairperson of the board was saying, if you are 351 and the threshold is 350. However, the missing middle is a diverse group of people who do not qualify for NSFAS funding, either because you've got different vulnerabilities. You could be a parent that is earning 800,000 per year, which is far above the threshold, so to say, but you have got, like he was making an example, you've got 7 children that are at university. So therefore you fall into the missing middle. And you might also be a student that belongs to NSFAS, but then Andile kicks you out because you did not perform. Where do you go? Because we can't throw you away as higher education institutions. We keep you, but now the problem are the billions of accumulated debt by those very people in, I think, who pays therefore for this. If therefore we are to look at the missing middle from a very narrow point of view, we miss the majority of people that belong to the missing middle. Therefore, I would propose, if we are to look, because we personally, having looked at the figures of how much NSFAS is and all that, not taking away the responsibility of the country to the poor and the working class, I would say that there are no further places where we can cut more slice to put into the missing middle. However, if I were to be a president for 1 minute, sitting in this chair,
Yeah, you could.
I would, and now I'm going to play president. I would propose that we get a hybrid scheme and we bring on board the banks, the industry, and everyone to support a certain pot of funding as grants to the missing middle portion based on performance, and the other part can then go to loans. However, I would also suggest that this is a regulated loan system because there are many vouchers that will really harm our people even further. So I would say let it be regulated if there's a loan stroke grant, which is a hybrid, but without, and also the government should then stand as a guarantor, because you can only, if you've got money, you can only come with a policy and regulate it, and then people would listen to you. So all like the banks and all other people that are interested in funding students from the missing middle can only be regulated if the government is going to stand as a guarantor. So that's what the President Mtose has said.
All right.
With regards to missing middle.
All right, CEO?
What do I say after the president has spoken?
Okay. Oh, no, but I mean, I'm wrapping up, so as the host agency, and you are hearing all these things, and I know that you have experience in this space of government agencies, NGOs that are doing work for government, and so you bring your technical skills into an environment that's very fluid, because you're always nursing competing interests that are changing with the political climate.
So I think the only thing I'd like to add is perhaps the comment that was made by the gentleman over there around what happens with perhaps one would say students or learners that are not in higher education, so to speak. I mean, in South Africa, we've got what we call sector training authorities, which are SETAs, that basically exactly do that, where, for example, a person who has dropped out of school can access any kind of skill through learnerships, internships, apprenticeships, all those kind of interventions that would help them to become those apprentices. They would work with their hands. They would get other alternative experience. So it's not just all around the formal, I'm not saying that's informal, but around the higher education as we know it, university and TVET colleges. So there is that mechanism. And indeed, the issue of thresholds, it's really just there has to be some kind of basis. And I fully agree with Prof's comments that, perhaps it's worth looking into deeper, not just putting the numbers the way they are. But also just lastly, a comment. I think, I understand the question Prof is raising, the other side around that there are no irrelevant qualifications. Perhaps we are not calling them irrelevant, but more that what is really needed in the context of funding. Maybe it's a question of what do you prioritize? Because if there is equal opportunities to access this, then the one where the economy really needs this ends up suffering. I don't think, that's why I choose very carefully to talk academics, because but I think the issue there is not about irrelevant qualifications, but really what is more needed at the point in time by the economy.
All right, thank you very much. Let me give a permanent secretary so that the president can have the last word. I think I had my sequence topsy-turvy there.
Thanks, moderator. I am trying to listen to the voice from Professor and then back to the quick comment towards the end. I think for me, by and large, it is a plea that we should not kill the scholarship boards and move back and forth. I think Africa should be seen to be progressing, and we should not politicize education. We can bring different regimes to come with different ideals and ideologies, but let us create systems that outlive politicians. Then we'll have education systems that meet our needs and be part of the competitive world. And I think his cry equally that we should be seeing these growing in number, implying that beyond 11, there's 54 African countries. Let's get everybody to come on board, and let's not wait for somebody to force us to talk to each other, when it's our business to ensure that we have competitive education. Otherwise, we'll be speaking well while not competing well. But for me, that point by Professor is tickling me, and just, I don't know, maybe the word irrelevant isn't appropriate. But when you're a poor man, you must choose your priorities right. Don't put all your money anywhere. Put it where you get your returns, but don't kill the right to think. The universities in Africa, when we became independent, taught philosophy. When they realized that the students were too militant, like that man and I, when I was saying that slogan, it was deliberate. I was just trying to get your attention. And you find they do not want that kind of thinker, because then the politicians felt uncomfortable. Let's all agree. That's why we normally don't want to teach philosophy. Because philosophy asks value of every statement you utter, everything you do, and it may disagree about everything, because there's no such truth until you agree on it. So already I hope I'm not confusing you. So my final submission on this matter is we have a transformative agenda. We're talking sustainability, and yes, she gave us part of the solution. We need to be hybrid in our approach. And we also realize that the larger majority will not always be our graduates, but they also desire to participate in the bigger cake of national good in education. So the mix is neither here nor there or simplistic, but learning from our various modules, there's a lot we can do that can address our concerns, and it's doable.
Excellent.
I submit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. After all, this is an annual general meeting of AHIFA, so I'm sure that some of the resolutions will be adapted to accommodate what is being discussed here, or will be influenced by what is being discussed here. Let's have the last word from the President, please. Just rounding up briefly what you've heard and what you think you can take out of this session before we break for the photo shoot, and I think more than just the photo shoot.
Okay. Thank you, Victor. And I'll start from where the PA stopped. It was my last comment in my statement, and I think Secretary General has come out very forcefully. SG, I wish they sit somewhere as PSs for policy making, so that they can tell Namibia or Uganda what you are doing is where we came from. That will be detrimental to what we are doing. So my challenge, PS, is that we organized ourselves. We are 20% penetrated in Africa. We are still growing, and we want to grow more. We have a deliberate effort to see how do we get the 54 countries, on board. We challenge government, policymakers in education. Can you come together for consistency? Most of the African governments are now changing the curriculums across so that they can bring in more relevant curriculum for the industry they are, for the economic status they are currently in. So if PS is like you and Caroline were meeting somewhere, then we make this proposal on the table, then it becomes almost actionable. But more importantly, is for us also as we conceptualize that here on as IFA, when we have such a concern, where do we take it? Where is our Supreme Court? And I want to submit that our agenda to get into African Union is still strong, valid, and in this day and age when we are seeing a lot of changes in the education sector, it is the right time for us to be able to get to AU, the Commission on Education, and we present and submit some of these proposals on the table. So again, there is clear work cut out for us, particularly the MDP committee, of getting into AU and seeing whether that is where we need to hold our conversation. Thank you, Professor Karuti Kanyinga, for coming in to say that there is nothing called irrelevant courses. And somebody from Zambia stole once from me on modernized and modified and came up with irrelevant courses. It is government priority programs. As you said, resources are meager. Where do we apply to get 20% to get an output of 80%? That is what we are looking at. Government telling us what are the government priority programs. And then that needs to find its way into academia, into faculty, so that then faculty can prepare these students so that when they get out, they're actually relevant. Everybody now understands that when you get a social scientist from a university, there is no way you can tell him, sit here and do a memo for me or do a letter of inviting somebody for an interview. There is still a lot of panel beating when they join industry so that they can, start working. Now, they have spent money in school. When they join corporate, we spend more money, to shape them up. So, and then that money that you are spending is not even available. So we must get faculties to resonate with what is happening in the industry. Not to say that they are relevant. It is being shaped the right way that we are requiring. For example, if I got a technology school today teaching Kobo, where will I apply them? My CIO, where will I apply Kobo in this day and age? But when you look at most of the faculties, those professors are mainly maybe Kobo graduates, and that is not the language that is writing most of our software today. I come to Boateng in terms of what you're asking. These guys who are unfunded, where they go? When my own country went to fund TVET, that was delivery, so that we make sure that 100% transition is happening everywhere and everybody is funded at its own level. TVET naturally is cheaper than university degrees. But then they have been provided with a pathway. You can come all the way from the TVET and an apprenticeship and you can get actually your PhD if you so wish. So again, those pathways must be opened up for our citizens so that you choose which pathway do I want to follow given the amount of money we have. SG, I don't know what you're saying. We are funding unemployment, but maybe, could be, we couldn't be funding unemployment. And Victor, I like what you're saying. Let the conversation start now. Let's not fear the conversation. Yeah. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our panel members. Thank you. They have said it all, you have said it all, and we are only beginning this conversation. I'm sure it will only get better, richer, and build. People like myself who live and work on university campuses. And I urge you, if you haven't lived on a university campus, you can easily lose touch with the world so living there and hearing them at night when they get NSFAS payments. You want to block your ears because it's socio-economic, political dynamics coming into play all at once. And they have implications, Prof, for tomorrow, whether the school will run normally. But unfortunately, those are the realities. I just want to close with this. We're going to break and come back at 13:30. Am I right? I need somebody from NSFAS to confirm. I'm going by the program, but just to make sure that they don't write it there, these NSFAS. You see, the organizers didn't want to write. Because they couldn't say lunch at this time with military precision, so they left it. And we will tell you where it is. It's at 2.6, I'm told, at room, but we need to have a photo shoot. And that photo shoot is not for everybody. So let me just get confirmation that while others are doing the photos, the rest can go to lunch. Please, somebody confirm. Just, yeah. Well, I don't know. It will be, I don't see anything on the program, honestly, except the photo shoot. Because of this photo. Can you coordinate the photo? At least you know them. Yes. Okay. So she's going to coordinate the photo shoot. And somebody, oh yeah, it's there on your list. She's going to coordinate. So let's not leave the room. And then when we are done with the photo shoot, she will tell us where to go. She's part of the local organizing, international organizing committee. I want to leave you with how many words? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to give you 10 names in closing my message. Just write them down, and it's your homework until I talk to you again. No, don't leave. I'm done. The first name is Google. Just write this list of names. The second name is Facebook.
Facebook.
The third name is Microsoft. The fourth name is Queen, as in the rock band, not in the lady that just bowed out. Queen, the rock band, as in Freddie Mercury, Brian May, Roger Taylor, and John Deacon. But just write Queen, the rock band. And then the fourth word is the Commodores, as in Lionel Richie and the Tuskegee guys. The next name is Caster Semenya. All right. Caster Semenya. You know her. She's a 400, 800-meter running queen. Then the next name is Lupita Nyong'o. Lupita, the actor, as in 12 Years a Slave. And then the other name is Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan. Even if you don't play basketball, even if you don't follow basketball, you know there is a man from the US called Michael Jordan. Then the last name, they are not 10. The last name is Kira, E-V. It's a Ugandan. Kira is K-I-I-R-A, and then the separate is E-V. I want you to figure out what those names have in common. When you figure out what they have in common, you have found your why. So the names quickly: Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Queen, the rock band, the British rock band, the Commodores, as in the American music group, Caster Semenya as in the runner, the sprinter, Lupita Nyong'o as the actor, Michael Jordan as the basketball god, and then Kira Evie as a car. When you work out what those 9 words, names have in common, you have found your why and you will never forget it. Thank you very much. I hand over to the local organizing committee and the international organizing committee. Thank you very much to our panel members. We'll talk to you later. You'll announce the lunch arrangement when you're done. Yeah, she's going to direct the photo shoot. It's very structured, military precision again. So please listen to her.
Thank you. We'll give the president a minute to be unmiked because he needs to lead the photo shoot. He needs to be up on the stage. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wavi Mungala. I am the secretary of the Membership Drive and Partnerships Committee. I am from Higher Education Loans Board, Kenya, and I am pleased to run this photo shoot session this afternoon. We shall start by inviting the AHEFA president back on stage, together with the PSs. Mr. Ringera, on stage, please. Together with the PSs and deputy PSs, to stand for a photo shoot. The photographers, is the light at the background okay, or should they adjust it?
Honorable members. Yeah, we need John Berko here. Order. We shall have order, order. That's no way. British Parliament. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in session now, but I'm here only to introduce the facilitator for the rest of today. He's an old media comrade of mine, and I haven't seen her in a while except on TV. I'm sure you watch SABC 404, you would have met her many times on your television. She's from the SABC, and her name is Tshepiso Makwetla. Have a round of applause for Tshepiso. Ouch. I know you had lunch. I know you might be feeling like nodding off, but not on her account. Please, a round of applause for Tshepiso Makwetla.
Thank you so much, Victor, and a very good afternoon to you all. In fact, lackluster welcome is okay with me. It means you can miss any mistake that I make or anything out of turn that I might say, so you're welcome to give that energy. And just by the way, if I'm limping, I have left what is said to be my weapon of mass destruction over there. I believe it would have been threatening had I brought it on stage because I'm the timekeeper. So please take no mind of that. Vanity does, of course, take precedence, but I think we can all do. We are running late with the program, so I'd like us to streamline it back to what it's supposed to be. We have 3 speakers, and thereafter we're going to have a Q&A session. So the time allotted was 30 minutes for each speaker. I don't know how benevolent our speakers are feeling, but is it possible to trim it down to 20 minutes so that we can have more time for a more vibrant, robust discussion? Are we in agreement? This is where the enthusiasm comes in. No? Okay. Well, let's please welcome Professor Xoliswa Mdose, who's a Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Zululand. She was here earlier on. I believe that was a very interesting discussion. So she's going to be talking about sustainable funding framework of higher education universities from the South African perspective, and I'm sure also from borrowing from the global and regional experience. So may I please call her up onto the podium, and please give her a warm round of applause. Professor Mdose. You don't need a hit.
I'm looking for, oh, there you go. Okay. Good afternoon. With the discount that the facilitator, Ms. Makwetla, has asked for, I'm going to greet you as good afternoon. We have met each other, we have greeted each other, and I really honor you. So I will not have time because of the 10 minutes that has been stolen from me by our lovely facilitator. Greet you and use your titles and everything. So I'm going to go straight to what I've been asked to present. Firstly, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me to address the Association of African Higher Education Financing Agencies, 3rd International Conference of Higher Education in Africa. This is both an honor and an opportunity. In sub-Saharan Africa, there have been unprecedented rise in both in the number of higher education institutions and enrollments, fueled by the demand from youthful population who see higher education qualification as a means towards social mobility away from poverty. As a result, the apparent convergence of the twin drivers of expansion in the sector has led to the soaring of public expenditure in higher education. In South Africa, the question of the rising costs of education and who should pay for it gave rise to the impetus for tertiary education students in 2015 and 2016, calling for the transformation in the sector. Mobilizing under hashtag Fees Must Fall mantra, student protests by extension of government, higher education institutions found themselves grappling with the broad issues of equity, quality, and success. The students' campaigns were articulated as a cocktail of demands, which included the rejection of proposed fee increases, cancellation of historical debt, the call for free and quality education. At the same time, the government of the day subscribed to believe that higher education is a public good with private and social returns to which every citizen has the right to access. Moreover, in 1997 White Paper 3, having emerged from the apartheid system, which privileged historically white as opposed to black institutions, government had committed itself to transformation that would address both inclusivity and quality education, January 2021. Faced with tough policy choices amid declining fiscal resources, the government agreed to student demands by not raising fees. Later, during December 2017, the then state president announced that, open quote, the government would fully subsidize free higher education for those students from households with combined income up to 350 per annum, close quote. The award of full bursaries was done through NSFAS. In recent years, however, the debate has focused on two main issues: affordability of the funding scheme, which is the NSFAS, and the funding of the poor, and what the Department of Higher Education calls the missing middle. However, Griffiths warns that government's response to students' demands must go beyond addressing only economic decolonization, as I will be explaining below. Against the foregoing backdrop, it is important to point out from the outset that the issues of financing higher education, access, which is both physical and epistemological, and quality are intertwined within the broader discourse of transformation of the sector and society. With this understanding, I propose to offer a way of thinking about how to create a sustainable funding framework for South African universities. I want to, by elaborating on how funding universities cannot be understood in isolation of the aforestated issues, which are equity, quality, and access. I then interrogate the notion of sustainability in the context of funding. In the last section, I map what a sustainable funding framework could look like. I hope, facilitator, I could get there, because that's the main thrust of my paper. In terms of equity, quality, and access in higher education, implications for funding. When exploring the funding question, it is necessary first to unpack what Sihloti 2021 called the nexus of critical trio of equity, quality, and access. To do this, I deploy conceptual and theoretical tools drawn from the growing body of recent literature on these issues. Understanding nexus of critical trio educational transformation. The concept of equity has been approached from different angles by scholars. Ginting 2019 defines equity in education by distinguishing it from equality, tracing the etymology from justice, arguing that obtaining equal educational opportunities among various groups in society should result in an increase in fairness that leads to equal access to education. Focusing on the South African higher education system, BACA 2019 puts emphasis on equity as a measure of transformation. When there is increased access, participation, retention, as well as success of historically marginalized peoples. A more nuanced understanding of the nexus is given by Pillay, who points out that the notion of equity in South Africa is misplaced. To back this perspective, Pillay puts forward two pertinent points. One is that even if black students entered higher education in numbers that were proportional to their demographic profile, that cannot be taken to represent achievement of equity if they do not graduate from the system in a similar proportion. For Pillay, equity is more than just entry to the system, but must include opportunity to succeed. Success rates are a measure of quality of education. The student protests included this aspect. Pillay's second point refers to higher education curriculum, which remains rooted in patriarchy and Western thought, excluding the marginalized who may experience difficulty in gaining epistemic access to a Eurocentric education. The argument has been that if university curriculum does not allow students to gain epistemic access, their chances of success will be reduced, thus undermining the equity goals which might be set. Indeed, there's been a great deal of research around the issues of colonized education, which I will not go into in this paper. The question of student success has been a source of concern raised by many scholars and the Council for Higher Education. For decades, statistics have pointed severe underperformance of the underprivileged for whom state funding is meant to assist. When students leave university without acquiring the necessary knowledge and skills that will enable them to play a productive social and economic life, then their funded attendance of university may be of little value for money, which then becomes a waste of talent and a waste of material resources. In short, as Nadu and McKay have highlighted, student funding cannot be viewed as simply the support of financially needy students, must be taken seriously. For sustainable funding is to be achieved, it must be based on students' academic performance, among other criteria. I think Mr. Nongogo will clap hands for me. This brings us to the debates about missing middle, about how much it would cost us to fund students who come from households whose income is too high to make an NSFAS threshold, but too low to afford fees between 350 and 600, which was a proposed threshold by one funder. Although I argue somewhere that the missing middle is not just a homogeneous group as defined in white law et al., but rather a highly differentiated group with broad funding needs, complexities, and vulnerabilities. The question then is sustainable funding for universities an elusive goal? Following the announcement by the then president to deliver fully subsidized higher education, universities found themselves catching the political football that have been launched through the declaration and having to find ways to implement it in a manner of weeks, as Pillay points it in 2021. Hence, the intensity of contestations around the conceptual and theoretical tools that seek to make sense of the discursive terrain of universities' funding issue. It can be said that this represents the proverbial labor pains towards the birth of a sustainable funding framework. It is a journey I've attempted to condense into two illustrated stages below. Although the concept of sustainability is familiar in contemporary society, it still attracts many definitions and interpretations which are based on a variety of perspectives that are influenced by beliefs and values. The concept that remains abstract and difficult to translate into practice. However, when pinned down to the idea of financial sustainability in public university, Al-Mokottom defines financial sustainability as, open quote, the ability to cover annual budgets without restrictions. It states that the income earned by the institution is greater than the operating expenses. This point, I'm going to close the quote. Although this is a rather narrow definition, but there are important points to pick up from this definition. An integral part of Al-Gomatta's definition is the obvious need for universities to evaluate and account for their own financial sustainability in the first instance. While it is difficult to disagree with this proposition, the bigger challenge in the financial sustainability equation is on the revenue side. Public institutions rely on public purse for funding in the form of subsidies, bursaries, loans, and other sources. These have shown to be finite and inadequate. This has given rise to a sense of urgency in coming up with a suitable solution. There have been a plethora of evidence to show that governments around the world no longer afford to fund universities at levels that match the demand for such funding. A myriad of global and local factors have contributed to the crisis. These include, among other things, COVID-19, induced economic underperformance, and concomitant decline in citizens' incomes, as well as reduced revenues that accrue to the fiscus. In South Africa, notwithstanding the funding promise made to the students more than 5 years ago, an expanding need to be more elusive in sharing declining fiscal resources, policy discussions on how higher education should be financed have intensified at institutional and at national levels, with growing unmet expectations, exerting pressure on university and the state. The situation has come to a stage where an acceleration search for a sustainable framework of funding universities has to be found and used to anchor the debate and policy options. Emerging sustainable funding framework for university. In this section, I start with this figure that you see there, and a lot of you have been reading that figure. And supported by related illustrated subsections that follow, I offer some preliminary thoughts on what sustainable funding framework could look like. This is my own design. The thinking behind the emerging framework is based on the idea of self-reinforcing network of multiple actors who generate revenue and expenditure in a way designed to meet other imperatives, such as equity, quality, and success in higher education and wider society. The actors must have a culture of collaboration, be competent, and they do and possess capabilities to deliver on what they are expected to do, which is what I was saying this morning. Investment in human capital and capabilities must, among other things, be seen as an enabling factor that multiply effects that should sustain the funding system. Now, when we look at this, let me just talk to you about how this works. This is an attempt to frame a funding ecosystem that consists self-reinforcing multiple actor network. You see the players in this. The actors are located and operated in 5 clusters of areas of action. On one hand, there's a funding pillar, you see it, which encapsulates streams of revenue that can be identified and engaged for the purposes of funding university. Examples of agencies within the pillar are listed. Here are the streams of revenue. The other hand, the employment pillar, defined as a broad sense to include people engaged in activities that generate income, whether as paid labor within an organization or self-created work. Examples of the value they create are listed. Here are the values that we create when we are in this ecosystem. Examples of value that, there are these two pillars, the funding pillar and the employment pillar, are interconnected. Through their interactions with local and global economy, regulated by the state through prevailing policies and legislative environment. The frame also depicts a circular flow of financial impacts and value. For example, in an ideal situation, funds flow out from funding pillar and are channeled to universities. Then within universities, human capital and human capabilities are produced, who then move into employment pillar to create a value in terms of knowledge, skills, some of which feed the economy to contribute to the growth in the GDP, and some other who are plowed back to the university to enhance and sustain its core business. Depending on the size of the GDP, the state must then play its role in deciding what proportion of GDP goes to funding higher education. Hopefully, the higher the GDP, the higher will be the resources which will go to higher education and other sectors in society which compete for the same cake. That said, the real world is far from ideal, where the frame can work like a well-oiled machine. To understand this caveat, it is important to enrich and illustrate the conceptualization of the proposed framework by drawing on two perspectives, the ecosystem perspective and the triple helix perspective. The ecosystem perspective originates from biological systems where organisms found in a particular physical environment interact with each other. However, when in a given ecosystem, there are negative and positive changes, these can affect the whole ecosystem either in a harmful or in a positive way. The concept can, however, be adapted to non-biological setting. An overview of figure 1, which is this one, demonstrates when this perspective is applied to the emerging funding framework, each of the actors in the ecosystem are analogous to organisms in a biological ecosystem. This means that when one part of the ecosystem malfunctions or is polluted in some way, that will affect the functioning of the ecology and ultimately threatens the survival part of the ecosystem. For example, universities or economy, that can even destroy the whole ecology. Put it differently, it is conceivable that any of the components of the proposed funding ecosystem is polluted. For instance, poor quality education, where students do not succeed or graduate with requisite knowledge and capabilities, or due to non-performing economy, revenue streams dry up, etc. All that will undermine the sustainability of the ecosystem. Bin and Gog, in 2019, have argued that higher education institutions can themselves play a critical contribution to the survival of the funding ecosystem. The authors suggest that a holistic 4C framework, which can be systematically embraced by higher education to strengthen their core business and become a linchpin that energizes the whole ecosystem through their deployment of the forces as captured in my next figure below. That is. I would add that every organization, be it government, funding agency, bank, must work with a forces approach, as shown here. It can be seen that figure 2 gives a summary of perspective or what is presented in figure 1, the previous one. The emphasis is on how the competence, the culture, the capacity, and collaborations are essential in the ecosystem to work. If, for example, a funding agency, government department, university, or any other player lacks or falters of any of the forces, that might have a ripple effect across the sector. Without mentioning any names, there are numerous examples where lack of any forces has had a ripple effect on the delivery of services or expected outcomes. No system can be sustained under those conditions. On a positive side, however, when all forces function as expressed and even exceed expectation, then the health of the ecosystem can be assured. The triple helix perspective, which is the last perspective, when you look at the elaboration, that is the perspective. The triple helix model. According to Bezania et al., triple helix model describes the relationship between universities, industries, and governmental organizations. By implication, the model justifies the need for forces in making a triad relationship to work across the funding pillar, employment pillar, as well as government and economy. The model also brings to the fore and synthesizes all to the conceptual and theoretical tools that this paper started with, from the nexus of critical trio of higher education transformation, and tries to show how they can be configured to become building blocks for sustainable government, sustainable university, and sustainable industry. All things being equal, if any of these sectors are not themselves sustainable, there can be no sustainable funding for universities. Although the triple helix is a contested notion, which has been accused of lacking solid theoretical foundations, it is nevertheless provides a useful way of thinking about the DNA that makes the ecosystem alive, as illustrated by Gachi in this figure that you see here, which is figure 3, the triple helix model. As can be seen from the model, that the listed elements are interconnected and they overlap, if you look at them, across the pillars, as well as government and economy. Relating the model to the funding pillar in figure 1, it can be seen that items listed under government, universities, higher education, industry, and business all speak to either funding or activities that can generate funds to support the production of the required human capital and human capabilities to sustain the triple helix of funding ecology. Relating to the employment pillar in one, the industrial and business part of the triad lists elements that show abundant opportunities for employment. They also incorporate the universities or higher education institutions, part of the triple helix, whose elements speak to quality inputs and outcomes that feed into other parts of the triad. All would be regulated by policies and outcomes that feed into the parts of the triad. And the legislative framework, inputs from government focusing on promoting the transformation of higher education and economy, ensuring that they keep the eye on the ball of equity, access, and quality as capacity gets created within the triple helix. Finally, although I've used the notion of triple helix to illustrate the eco-systematic nature of the proposed sustainable funding framework, proponents of the idea have mostly linked it with the development of entrepreneurship university, which is outside the scope of the paper. For the purpose of this paper, suffice it to include the element of entrepreneurial disposition as one of the values created through quality university education under employment pillar in this figure. In conclusion, given the multifaceted nature of the debate about sustainable funding of universities and higher education, it is not surprising why the idea has eluded so many scholars and policymakers alike for decades. The contribution of this paper is to offer a way of thinking about coming up with a version of a phenomenon which has been demonstrated, consists of many moving parts akin to the intricate web of biodiversity in the natural world. The point, however, is to achieve some measure of sustainability in funding universities and higher education, and this can be achieved by continuing to navigate our way around the complex concepts, theories, and policy choices. In short, the future of student funding and sustainability in higher education financing will depend on a framework for policymaking that draws insights from theorizing about how ecosystems, including funding ecosystems, survive, evolve, and adapt to the changing circumstances. I thank you, and I wish you well as you continue with your conference. Can I help you?
Thank you. Yes, at least you don't trip me. Thank you very much, Professor Mtos. I think she deserves another round of applause. And of course, there was no way that I would have interrupted you, Professor, for such a thorough presentation. So in my own pedestrian way, I'll just summarize some of what you were saying, but basically emphasizing that a decline in funding really means a decline of outcomes, that a linear function of resources available is problematic. And you also touched on education as a public good and how young people see it as a rung higher up for social mobility, speaking about the promises that were made that come 2024 that we could have fully subsidized higher education for those that qualify, and speaking about the problematic missing middle. And of course, that picture has changed drastically since COVID-19. And actually thinking about my own personal experiences at a time growing up when many people thought that one came from a privileged home, the truth of the matter was that it was quite a struggle for a single woman to put through not only private school but higher education to young adults. So it's a subject that I suspect that there are going to be many, many discussions over, speaking about access to quality, access and quality and how they're intertwined, and also explaining to us the nuances, the differences between equality, equity, quality, and access. You also spoke about the demographic profile, which is a very important thing, because I don't know what the figures are now, but I think about 10, 11 years ago, just in terms of demand, the demographic trends were that you know, those wanting to get into the higher education sector, the demand had quadrupled since independence. So I'd imagine that also speaks to the new way of thinking in terms of modeling, as you said. At the onset of colonialism and democracy, there must be a different way of thinking of your approach to education and what it must achieve. So some of these, including the different revenue streams that you suggested and vis-a-vis the stage to the economy, I'm sure a lot of you have questions over, so we'll discuss that during the Q&A session. So let me not take up too much time. Let me invite to the podium now our next speaker. We're going to be pretty much along the same vein of thinking, rethinking financing universities in Africa, crises and opportunities. I'd like to invite to the stage Professor Karuti Kanyinga, who is chairperson of the Board of Universities Fund Kenya. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a very simple role now because Professor Moses just presented what I was going to present. And I can see from that clap, actually, people want to leave. And from that clap, I'm very sure I want to send people to sleep, especially those who had heavy lunch. And on account of that, let me begin. And please be prepared to sleep, because I want to present something completely boring from what we have heard from morning. And that is, when I listen to the discussion on, yes, people have started leaving actually. When I listen to the discussion on university financing across Africa, there are quite a number of things that ring a familiar story across the board. What is it? And what can we call the problem? And what's the origin of that particular problem that we are calling the crisis of university funding or student financing? Because if you listen to the story in South Africa, listen to Zambia, read about Tanzania, read about Ghana, well, Ghana is exceptional, and elsewhere, you find that there is a common trend that we have. So I want to ask what really has led us to this, what we are calling the financing crisis, and what kind of conclusions do we have? And then I will finally try to propose some things that are not very different from what Prof has just said, well, who copied from the other? Let's see. But we did not sit together to say that this is what we are presenting, and yet we are touching on the same thing. Sorry, oops, you can see I am very old school. I don't even know how to operate a gadget, you know. Let's begin and ask ourselves, what is this we are calling a problem here? First of all, is that across the board, what we see as a problem here is in declining state funding across the board. Yes, there might be increases in absolute terms, but when you look at the amount expended to universities' development and to assistance to students, you cannot say that there is an increase in any significant manner. Perhaps, even when we talk about unreliable financing and unsustainable financing by the government, perhaps the only thing that has remained predictable is the declining financing status. The amount of money that governments in Africa provide to higher education, we know it's going to be declining, and that's the only thing that I can say is predictable. And we are making these particular kind of conclusions given the fact that across Africa, from the period of the 1990s, we have seen governments saying, let's invest in basic education, primary education, and secondary education, because that's what is likely to have an impact on economic development, poverty eradication. To them, and this, sorry, I am also a consultant sometimes for some of these agencies. To them, sometimes, attention to universities is a waste of time, if I can put it as crudely as that. And as a result of that, no one pays attention to the fact that when you look at the number of people accessing higher education in Africa, the figures are very bad. Mauritius is the one leading with about 14% of university access. South Africa here, you are doing very badly. Zambia is worse. Zambia, you are 2%. Uganda, horrible. Kenya is about 3%, 4% or so. Look at the UNESCO report that Jeff, my colleague Jeff is the one who was helping me with the statistics this morning. But we are doing very badly for us to start putting brakes on higher education. If we are doing that badly, why should we start re-emphasizing and placing very short emphasis on university education? And yet we know for sure that university is a public good. I will come back to that again. But even as these success questions are being raised, and the declining support is being raised. Everywhere in Africa, there is very high demand, social demand for higher education. Parents want their children to go to university. There's no parent who is sending a kid to primary school without saying that that kid will ever go to higher education. It's the wish of every parent across Africa, except for a few I can see here. It's the wish of every parent to see that their kids go to access higher education. It's not the wish of every parent to say that my kid would like to drop at grade 3 or grade 4. Everybody says that I would like to have my child go to the university to be a doctor. I don't know why they choose doctors every time. Rarely do you hear them saying, I want my child to be an engineer, right? Or a civil engineer or anything. But the social demand for higher education is on increase, and yet there is de-emphasis by government simply because of what some of the funding institutions are forcing African governments to do. In most recent times in this 21st century, this is the last point I would like to make on this, we also see that everybody is driven by technology development and technology knowledge-based kind of education. That's where the world is going. So with that demand, rising demand for technology-relevant education, we see higher education becoming much more important. The president in the morning talked about TVETs. If we don't look at TVETs from a technology point of view, then we are missing the point. It's the foundation for any industrialization that any country would be hoping for. But then, there is a challenge. If we look at political commitment to university education, that has been on decline in recent past. Whether you talk about Uganda, Zambia, Malawi, name it, all the countries. Malawi, by the way, is doing very badly in terms of university education. I think 0.5%. I'm serious. I am serious. Of all the enrolled students in Malawi, not even 1% have got university education by 2020. Check your figures, Bwana. Wanyama. What? Uganda. Don't praise yourself. He's doing so badly and he's praising himself. Now, when you look at all this, I mean, with this underinvestment in higher education, we have several challenges that one can talk about, and I think we started talking about them early in the morning. Even amidst all this, there is high unemployment level of our university graduates. But that unemployment level, what strikes me most, and by the way, go walk across any street in Cape Town here, you might find someone carrying a placard. I'm a medical engineer. I don't know what course is that, medical engineer, but I'm unemployed. I'm an agricultural economist, and I am unemployed. They sit around the corners of many roads. You go to Nairobi, go to Cape Town, go to any city in Africa today. You'll people find university graduates carrying placards saying they want jobs, right? That tells you we have a quality problem. We have a quality of education problem, and yet when we are discussing financing and assisting students, we are not paying attention to this particular kind of challenge that we are having. So should we be financing as an end in itself? Or should we be financing students and assisting them to lay a strong foundation for human resource for Africa's development? Why should we be having a graduate who says that he's got a degree in medical what? In clinical something, and he's unemployed truly? Someone with a degree in civil engineering in this 21st century, walking in the street saying that he's unemployed or she is unemployed? It has got to do with the lack of quality of skills in the university where that person went. Not I'm talking about where that person went, the university where that person went. And I'm deliberately using that word because we have a crisis of universities as well. I'm coming back to that slowly. Then in the last 10 years, what you have seen across Africa is labor unrests. Students are on strike, lecturers on strike. By the way, there is a PS here who was a student lead and he was leading strikes. Now he faces striking workers. One of PS, I think you have a bold step. You must be very bold, you know. He was a student leader, then a union leader, then he becomes an employer, you know. He's gone the whole cycle. No one they can speak with a lot of boldness, but he's very bold because he has tested all the three worlds, if one can say that. But we have another problem in Africa. Our connection to industry, the private sector, the business sector, is so limited that we cannot even talk about having reached any threshold of that particular engagement. We don't engage with the industry. We don't engage with the industry simply because we have been very complacent because of government funding, and therefore there is no need of going to the industry because there is money. But even when there is no money, neither the industry, neither ourselves as universities bother to go outside. And then I'm raising the question again, are we financing as an end in itself or as a means to an end? That's the question I want to continue raising in my presentation until we all get tired about it. There are several problems. I'm raising that because there are several problems, and these are what I'm calling hidden challenges, which are rarely discussed in public across Africa. And this is the challenge of performance of universities. This is the challenge of performance of the academia. Professors like I and others, our performance leaves a lot to be desired. Why do I say that? Very simple reasons. I know in the morning, Professor Mzoe asked us, saying that looking at university ranking is not important. Or no, those are not, I'm putting words in her mouth there. She's South African, and therefore she said it with a click. So I can't repeat what she said. So unless you tell me how to click. Yeah. Now, she was talking about it from a competitive point of view. But if we look at the competition, because this is now institutionalized, colleagues. It's not going to disappear. It's institutionalized. If we look at the top 10 universities in the global ranking, a majority of them are from South Africa. The first three are from South Africa. Then Ghana becomes lucky there this year, this 2022. It was lucky because that position belonged to South Africa. Ethiopia is also lucky. That position, because there are 7 universities in a row that follow one another in South Africa before you start seeing University of Nairobi, University of Lagos, and Ghana, full stop. Then you go back to Egypt. Then you start going again back to South Africa. After that, after number 11, there is South Africa, right? But look at even where South Africa is globally. It's not something to be proud about. The best university in South Africa that we all pride about that is top in Africa is number 200 and something. And yet it's our best. And those others like Kenya, Uganda, Lagos, those who pride themselves that we are number 10 in Africa, my friend, you are number 600 in the world. So when we are financing university education, are we financing university education as an end or as a means to quality? When we see graduates outside, is that an end or as a means? Things get worse. I've already said that even when we rank ourselves as Africans, universities ranking themselves in Africa, that we say the first ranking is by people from the West. So let's do the ranking ourselves. SBC does not do ranking. Don't cut me short. It's still the same story. It's South Africans that are leading, again, followed by a sprinkling of other universities that are lucky to be in that. This is when you do your own ranking. You are not doing better. Now, this is where things become worse. Presence in research and publications. This is what makes a university. This is where our mandate is. The students that we want to finance need to be trained by qualified manpower that can make them visible globally. I usually have a problem these days. Every time my students go to UK or anywhere, my colleagues don't talk to me and tell me the experience they have. Our students are not very strong on theory. They are very strong in empirics. The students in the West are very strong in theory. And yet theory, as I said in the morning, is the backbone of everything that we do. Now the problem is, when you look at publications, because that's what universities and countries are known for. No one in Africa features. South Africa, by the way, is number 47 or that's 7. Number 1 is the US, followed by China. And by the way, China took that position in very recent times. Number 2 was UK throughout the period. America and UK used to compete at that position, followed by France. China has overtaken everyone in the last 5 years. And slowly, China, if you look at those figures, it means that China is overtaking US. In terms of journal presence in journals, it doesn't matter how small you are. Because how the journals are counted is that have you published something earth-breaking such that your colleagues in your discipline everywhere in the world cite your work. But in Africa here, we've got even a thread where we publish in mediocre journals simply because we want to publish to be promoted. This is where the crisis is. Meaning that when we are publishing, our work is not present anywhere. Our universities are nowhere. It's only South Africa, as I have said, what position? It's not even worth mentioning. Eh? It's position 47 or that 7, yes. You can see where it is, below Argentina, below Hungary, below Chile, even below Iran, by the way, below Saudi Arabia. That's how bad it is. What this means is that we are producing, we have got universities, and what we are doing in terms of knowledge development, we are not visible globally. This is not a small issue. It means that even the students that we are teaching, the issue I mentioned about quality, or the quality and equity that my colleague Musoe talked about, is not seen here. It's not an accident. It's not a mistake that we see students saying that I've got a medical degree and I'm not employed. If the colleagues who taught you are not visible in any journal in your discipline, what are you teaching, my friend? I speak with arrogance, you can Google me. If I was in South Africa where people are paid, South Africans, I think they pay people, if you publish a journal in a high impact journal, you are paid how much? 6,000 or 10,000 US dollars? How much? Different institutions. I wouldn't be driving many cars now. So I speak with arrogance sometimes, you know. We are not doing very well also in terms of universities. We have established many universities. We are mushrooming universities everywhere, but we do not have capacity to support those universities. Those figures are for higher education institutions, so it's a mix of universities and any other higher institution. And you can see the trend, what the trend is. And in my view, we do not have sufficient manpower, really, even when we have this particular kind of universities. Producing and mushrooming universities in every city and in every street, when they are not producing any publications to be known by anyone, is not the way to go. And Africa cannot be, Africa's future cannot rely on the present type of universities in Africa. Cannot. Forget it. And therefore, we need to start asking ourselves, even when we are financing universities, even when we are assisting universities, Are we doing it as an end or as a means? And that's why you saw me very, very strongly talking about there is no irrelevant knowledge. This is a combination of all knowledges that we have in the world, and yet we feature nowhere. What then is the problem? Very simply put, let me just mention a couple of problems. One problem is historical. In the 60s and 70s, the first generation of African leaders, the Kenyattas, the Kwame Nkrumahs, the Nyereres, had one thing in common, including Kamuzu Banda, irrespective of how you look at him if you are from Malawi, had one thing in common. Besides being children of peasants, they understood that education is a public good that must be accessed by everyone. They invested more than any second generation or that generation of African leaders. Even the South African education system, racist as it was a public good, but a public good for the whites. And when they realized there is the need to give the blacks public goods in terms of education, they established the Bush, for lack of a better word, the African type of universities, Fort Hare, where many other African blacks went to. Most of the Kenya's lawyers were trained in South Africa, Fort Hare, of those days. But it was understood very well that you cannot build a society without a strong higher education foundation. And that's why professors were treated like more than cabinet secretaries, cabinet ministers. The salary of a university professor in the early days, everywhere in Anglophone Africa, was much better than that end of a cabinet minister, because they were treated like people who are building the future of the society. Things changed in the 80s. That feeling of university education as a public good disappeared when the World Bank told us, no, you people are spending too much on your future. You must do structural adjustment program, and therefore everybody must pay fees. We started paying fees, and as a result of that, many children, many people could not access university education. And you wonder, why wouldn't African governments swallow such things? Because now we had second generation of African leaders. Some of them were children of peasants, but not very educated as well, but also started committing to different forms of values, knowing even if they knew very well that there was no strong foundation for the future. But there is, in the 21st century, what is required is technology-led development. It's not the chimney type. Chimney-less industrialization is what people are calling for. Africa will not industries in Africa will no longer be chimney type. You'll never see smoke anywhere. Because the future now depends on technology, and technology has no smoke. Even in South Africa, I think South Africa is having a crisis of electricity. It's the only country now that was laughing at everybody. A few years ago, South Africans were laughing at everybody. When they visit, they would wonder, why would you have a blackout? Why wouldn't you have a blackout? That's how South Africans used to ask when they go to conferences. Now, it's the same time we ask South Africans, why do you have blackout? And it's common every day, everywhere. Now, the point to make is that actually we have seen a very clear correlation between economic development and the type of education that you give to people. If we neglect higher education, forget about economic development in Africa. If we neglect higher education, if we neglect financing university education in the manner that we are doing, then we should forget higher education. And the question therefore that we need to pose today in this particular conference is, how do we place a balance between funding to address quality and to address social demand? Because the two are different. We want to access higher education as an end in itself, and that's where from the morning I've been listening to this conversation among you financing agencies. All of you are funding as an end in itself. I am serious. I said, sometimes it's good to speak what is in my mind, because all of you from morning, you have been talking about financing universities as an end in itself, but not as a means to an end. And that end is laying the strong foundation for human resource development in Africa. So should we be financing to meet social demand, or should we be financing to meet quality and equity? Unfortunately, I'm not responsible for that mess. Neither am I responsible for that answer. But let's see what we come up with. I've mentioned the historical problem of many governments not taking universities as a public good. I've mentioned the problem of the tension between quality and social demand. But internally, we have a crisis in all public universities. Actually, in all universities. We have two universities in one. There is what I call the administrative university, where Professor Mutwe comes from, and the academia. Academia belongs to professors. The administrative university is usually very powerful, and is made up of academia people who have risen up the ranks, like Professor Mzoe here. But then you neglect where you came from. I'm not saying she neglects where she came from. But you don't see yourself as a vice chancellor anymore. You see yourself as an administrator. And those below you are very senior, but they have never been to any university, some of them. They are clerical officers who have risen up the ranks and they become senior something. And then they say, I supervise professors. That's the truth. Go to any university and you'll see parking slots. You'll never find a parking slot for a professor. But you'll find a parking slot for a senior finance officer, senior security officer, senior planning officer, senior watchman. You don't believe me? You don't believe me? What's the name? What is the title of a security officer in a university, even if not senior watchman? Now, those are the titles. That's how universities are structured now, as bureaucracies. You don't find the most eminent scholar. The most eminent scholar, the one who brings a lot of money to that university, will never get a parking slot. The dean of school. The dean is administrative. You become administrative even when you don't publish, because colleagues vote for you, or you are appointed depending on how sycophant you are. Huh? You vote for me. I won't get Now, the point I want to really to make is that we are also having internal crisis within universities, and therefore even when we are financing, we are having a lot of challenges, because even when we give universities money, sometimes that money is not used the way it should be used. If you have got a position, if you have got a parking space for a senior security officer, you don't have a parking space for a professor who brings a lot of grant money to your university. What are you telling me? Those are the contradictions we have of turning public universities and even private universities into bureaucracies, forgetting the mission of teaching, research, and training. If we were to say that we are going to start thinking about teaching, research, and training for the future of the universities, then we would be talking. Then those students who go to the streets to say, give me a job, we will not be asking for those jobs. Yes, you are one of those students. Now, Now, let us, let me, it's with a light touch. Let me make a few conclusions, actually 5 conclusions, if I may. Yes, it's the first thing to do on my part is to recognize that, yes, we have a crisis of university financing. But we have got that crisis because governments in Africa have forgotten that university education is a public good. It's a public good that must be provided the way we provide the other basic needs like water. It's a public good that we should provide the way we provide access to health. And unless we go back to saying university education is a public good and recognize it in our policies, by the way, we should not be having even debates about financing university education or financing education at all. That's not a debate. Because many countries actually have crossed over that debate to say we must, like the Nordics. They say everybody must have a master's degree. You don't see anyone in Denmark or Sweden having a first degree. You don't. Yes, you can, but everybody will laugh at you. It's like being in a primary school. Yeah. No, people laugh at you. I mean, how do you get a first degree? Are you normal? Right? Because their governments long time ago understood education is a public good. And by the way, they don't look at education, any course as irrelevant, because any course produces knowledge for the society. I will come back to the question of industry to address the question of irrelevance. The point we need to then do is to have a collective voice on trying to reframe this concern about university education. And what we really need to start emphasizing is that even if we are proceeding with these particular observations and have a debate around this issue, we cannot forget that we need to start refocusing our energies on technology again for growth and development. And as I said, we need to focus on quality, on balancing between quality and addressing social demands. Let me make some summary now. What do I see as the way forward as people financing universities and assisting students? These are my conclusions. There are a couple of things I would like to propose. One is that there is a need to mobilize resources from the private sector. And we can think about mobilizing resources from the private sector in 2 different ways. You can start an endowment fund. I don't know how many universities in South Africa have got an endowment fund. I know in Kenya we have got alumni associations. Everything we do alumni association. And there is no money they bring, right? But if you are to think about an endowment fund and start generating it, then you can start having a lot of resources to finance your own students, or a number of students, or to do your own development work, or to do something that is important, or even to award scholarships. I know there is a university in South Africa here which financed about 3,000 students during the COVID period, including giving them money for food, tuition. I can't remember, but I remember there is that story of university using its own resources to finance about 3,000 students. I can't remember which university. You can also ask the private sector to support some disciplines or some courses or some programs. I don't know why SBC, the biggest broadcasting corporation, cannot finance training of journalists that they can hire and rent out. You can rent out a journalist, by the way. Yes? When they go for exchange program, that's renting out. But you can think out of the box and start asking which particular industries would be interested in supporting what kind of programs. Telecommunication industry is big. They can pick something, a course, and develop manpower for that and own it. Name it. You can proceed. One can think about many, many programs that you can initiate here. The second thing, and which I think is possible and doable, is to put pressure on governments to start giving work to universities. And by the way, you'll see many infrastructure projects here in Cape Town, Johannesburg, Nairobi, Lusaka. All those infrastructure projects are carried out by foreign firms, but the people employed there, those engineers are from the local universities. And yet we are not giving the work to the department itself to collaborate with them. We can think about linking ministries to universities, and they can get a lot of money and plow it back. The last one is, the third one is the increasing focus on research. We rarely pay attention to research, and yet that's where a lot of money is. And yet we are not investing in research, capacity for research, as you have seen in terms of publications. But above everything else, this is the time we need to have a debate that goes up to the African Union. This is the time to have a debate that is discussed at SANDC. This is the time to have a debate at the East African community about university education as a public good and why we cannot neglect it. And finally, is addressing this problem of two universities in one. Having a watchman who is more senior than a university professor is a joke of 21st century. And finally, let us tame the middle class. It's the middle class that is making a mess, because the middle class wants their children to be educated for free and to compete for the same space with the children of the peasants. We must tame the middle class. That is, you people seated here must be tamed to pay fees for your children. Thank you.
I don't know whether to say we should give the professor another round of applause or not, because Professor, I can clearly say that I have not been hired, to the best of my knowledge. But thank you so much for that elucidating conversation starter. And I say conversation starter, I appreciated particularly the historical context of our public policy rigidities and you know, where they come from, how we have stuck to what the professor has done to keep us at a certain level of education, and that is, I believe, spending about 80% of our education budgets on primary and secondary schooling education, which obviously doesn't meet the needs of the contemporary challenges that we meet. And I think what you're saying in the modeling, that we have to look at a model that is more society-based, that really seeks to deal with the problem and integrate scientific excellence with social responsibility in it. And you also spoke about the financing, particularly the private sector, although I must say, and this is through experience seeing here in South Africa, there are higher education institutions who have monetarized higher education learning and, in fact, have diminished the quality of learning and been more profit-based. So I suppose those are some of the things that we have to talk about, the transformational value of all of this. And you spoke about the rising social demand for access and equity as well. You spoke about technology and relevant education. I'm sure these are some of the discussions we're going to have over the next couple of days. Let me not quote you to yourself, Professor. Let me do one best thing and invite you back onto the podium. But this time I'm going to bring my crutch, because I think there's a need to control time management with you, Professor. We're going to have a panel discussion now. I'm going to ask Mr. Ntuseng Mphahlele, the CEO of NSFAS, and Mr. Abdul Badru, CEO, Higher Education Students Loan Board from Tanzania, to please join us here on the stage so we can just speak about some of the issues that have been put through on the presentations. May I ask you to please come join me? I promise I don't bite unless you ask. Yes. Ask to say, please. Ask. I said ask to say. As far away from me as possible, huh? Okay, so do you all have, no, I don't need one. I've got a lip mic. Professor, we will get one for you. Perhaps let me just start, and this is going to be a Q&A session for the audience to interact with the presentations, but let me just start with our panel here to hear their thoughts, and Prof, I'm sure you'll understand why I leave you out of this bit, because I think you said your piece. To just reflect on some of the issues that have been raised, us into saying, perhaps let's start with the modeling that we are looking at working on here in South Africa. I mean, a lot of the time here when we talk about looking at the cost of living, is there a requisite understanding of the cost of education? For instance, if we talk about CPI, and I'm not asking at a technical level, but I'm just saying these are some of the discussions that are on the table. There are talks about perhaps capping certain subjects in terms of NSFAS, for instance, if we are going to reduce some of the liability, because then you get accused of not being successful in your mandate. Some of these discussions, the underlying thought is sustainability. My sustainability is not your sustainability. What is the middle ground? Is it on? Yes, it is.
Thank you, Tsepiso, and greetings again to all the delegates in the conference. I think sitting through the presentations by the speakers, and just one is drawn to the fact that the issues across the continent are similar, particularly around the sustainability of student funding. I think for us as South Africa, it dawned to us very glaringly during the 2020 pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. We were met with such an unprecedented demand for university bursaries in particular. And you must understand that we're just still trying to learn to walk from the fee-free implementation of the fee-free higher education, and just trying to adjust our processes in terms of settling and making sure that the systems are running properly. But come COVID, there is a spike in the number of students that are qualifying for NSFAS bursaries. And really for us, it had to force us to go back to say, hang on, what has just happened? And we picked up quite a number of issues in the system. And by the way, our policy is that for all qualifying students, they must be funded. So we do not have any form of control at this point in time that say we cannot fund this one, we can fund that one. So, and that became the first issue that we identified, that there has to be a form of control in order to manage and to make sure that the scheme is sustainable. One of the issues was, with COVID, obviously, there is construction and real household income. So most households that previously would not fit within the threshold to qualify for NSFAS are naturally now fitting within the threshold so there's a real problem in society that we need to pay attention to. And then secondly, with COVID, there was introduction of blended learning methodologies across all our institutions of higher learning, which means naturally increased capacity for institutions to take up more learners. And therefore, As we said, for as long as you qualify for NSFAS funding, you obtain a space at an institution of higher learning, you must definitely be funded. Now, what happened in that particular year was that we were sitting with a shortfall of just close to 4 billion. Now, what does that mean? Go back to National Treasury, go back to our mother department to find more money. Now, that actually drove the conversation in South Africa, and I think the work that Prof. Mtose and her colleagues were working on to say it cannot continue unabated. We have to, as a country, find the sustainable controls that we need to put in place. We need to go back to the drawing board and look at what is it that we are doing the financing for. There has to be value for money. There has to be contribution to the NDP, to the human resource development strategy of the country. Therefore, we have to look into progression very closely. We have to look in the type of qualifications that we are funding. And again, we have to make sure that all of this, there is collaboration amongst all the important critical stakeholders.
So allow me to just, you can hold on to, because I'm thinking, come 2024, conditions have already changed. The socioeconomic landscape, obviously all over the world. The global economy is still continuing to hemorrhage given the geopolitics that are occurring right now. So Prof there says we need to tame the missing middle. We need to pay greater attention to those who are considered peasants or more destitute, and I understand that. So does it mean that there needs to be a cap or a category where we say here there is self-tuition? And when we're talking about the fiscus, the various funding models, because you also talk about partnerships with private sector, are we talking about regulation as well in some of those funding models?
So, Thapiso, we're looking at a combination of strategies to try and assist the funding environment, and critical to it is the partnerships. That has to come on board to make sure that the cake is shared, not only is driven by government, but also that the private sector plays its role as the major beneficiaries of the skills that are generated from higher education and training. But also from a policy regulation point of view, I think the work that the department and the minister are doing are very boldly going to propose policy controls. And we cannot continue without such policy controls, and where there needs to be caps in certain categories of allowances, for example, as NSFAS, we also looking into that. And again, when you look at funding within universities and also compared to the TVET sector in South Africa in particular, we still have that disconnect, disjuncture where there's not equity per se. So we're looking or moving towards how do we fund students equitably, considering the socioeconomic conditions that prevail in the country as a whole, that are not necessarily affecting university students only, but they're also affecting the TVET college students. So which caps can we introduce, and how do we then use such savings or non-savings to subsidize areas that are currently underserved, as it were? So we are looking at a combination of strategies. I must say we are looking forward. We can't wait for the publication of the report from Prof. Mtose and how the whole country takes up that so that we can begin to implement. But as it within our scope as an entity, we are really driving important controls around success.
And I'll get Prof. Mtose, perhaps if you want to jump in and say something later on to do that. Mr. Baudry, if we're talking about income contingent loan schemes, as we mentioned that Africa as a whole faces the same problem, does it mean at some point that government is going to be underwriting some of those loans? And given the rapidly deteriorating quality of life and high unemployment levels that we're seeing, at what point do you then say this loan cannot be paid, and where will the money come from then to fill in that shortfall?
Interesting. this is a paradox because in the past 12 months, we just had to go through some adjustments, actually, where we had to restructure our loan products in this case. This is after the government, having considered, the realities on the ground. The loans have to be restructured such that when you borrow, you don't have to pay back what you used to consider as the value retention fee. And this is the amount that would protect the value of the loan from when you issue it until when it is paid, which was pegged to the inflation around 6% by then in Tanzania. So yeah, this is happening. But then what it means again, it speaks again to the sustainability, language, whether with such adjustments on the loan and the amounts available and the increasing demand of, students and, the admission expansion of the universities in the country, similarly, in the region. Are you going to finance sustainably? But again, it goes back to, the discussion, the conversation that both professors, particularly, Professor Kanyinga from Kenya and several other ones, as in, what are we financing? Who are we financing? And, in that regard, actually, this is actually overstretching everyone in the value chain of financing as to reflect on what are we financing. And it will go back into, who are we financing, to do what? And again, all those questions goes back to the, university partly, and of course the government and everyone else. As in, and I like the way Professor put it, both professors, as traditionally universities have just been, training and giving, degrees, but it's probably, reaching a point where universities, as part in the value chain, have to reflect on why are we training who we train. I like the number. In the ranking, we are admitting very few people. But if we are still admitting and graduating very few people who are, who can't be absorbed, and I wouldn't actually use the employment, who can't be productive, you see, then are we producing the right people? And I think in the financing family, the loans board, we are going beyond talking about, financing people to be employed. We are going beyond by saying, actually, we are like any other business here, which we have to consider the basics in any business. When you finance, you have to consider what are you going to get out of what you're investing, the return on that particular investment. And broadly, it calls upon all stakeholders, the government and everyone else, to think about the returns on what we put into our human capital investment. Who do we want to produce? How many of those? What are the ratios? Earlier today, there was, on a light touch, some degrees, and that vocabulary is very tricky to repeat again. But then we have found a terminology to explain. It's not the relevance, it's about high impact degrees. What are the high impact programs that needs to be financed more in a given period of time compared to a few other programs that would have been saturated in the market? So if we start thinking along those lines from the central government level, and again, even from the university point of level, the faculty, those distinguished professors, if they can sit down around the table and say, how much of the engineering, the finance, the ICT, and even the psychologies and literatures that we need in the campus to be able to fill the requirements in the market, that somehow would actually increase some efficiencies and remove the unwanted, not unwanted actually, okay. Producing excessively certain numbers that in the end would spend, would spend years before being absorbed into the market. So, briefly, it is a time to reflect, and for us who are in the middle of the value chain in financing, we are to listen and expect that everyone in the value chain, from the central government, from the think tank, the universities, are to sit down and reflect on how do we do this better so that we could, come up with the appropriate financing model, which would make a difference in that regard.
Mr. Bodo, I'd imagine, though, that you, and I speak here as a layman in a room of higher education experts, so I'm speaking for the man on the street, so to speak. So some say if you talk about transformation in education, you've got to ask, what is higher education for and what is it about? So, for instance, if we're talking about collateral, the professor earlier on was speaking about the various revenue streams against the state of the economy. People have often said, why don't you think of conscription as a form of payback? Not necessarily military conscription, but that, you know, you go back and you work for a state-owned entity for a certain number of years, and this is how government recoups its money, for instance. But you're absolutely right. It's about not being linear in why there is higher education and what it wants to get out of it. But when you think about collateral, if a government or a state wants to improve its lot, and that lot, you can't talk about a state without its citizenry. Do you get what I'm saying, that quid pro quo?
Not really, but I suppose you were actually addressing the fact that you just have to be very innovative on what you're doing, from doing the traditional way, which is what I was actually trying to allude to, that, you know, in order for us to do that, it's high time that we have to reflect on doing things different, rather, if I should be that much, you know, specific, that we have to do things differently because you know, time has changed. And similarly, you know, the financing, which is part of the supply, in the supply chain of the human capital, has to actually evolve accordingly to make a difference and, you know, to just have value. And that means, you know, everyone in the chain, universities, government, the agencies, have to have that in mind, have to think value, have to think quality, have to think return, have to think contribution of what you do, because this is part of processing, you know, the requirement in the labor market.
All right. I'm going to ask that there is a roving mic so that we can take question. And while we do that, Prof, I'm going to ask you to answer this question about, do we have a mic that we can, or do we need to borrow one from here? Okay. Prof, can you just very briefly on this issue of he's got one, the missing middle. So you are saying we need to tame them. If we're going to look at the demographic profile, but at the same time saying that there needs to be opportunity to all to succeed, it's a contradiction in term, isn't it?
Sorry, I don't think it's a contradiction. First of all, what I was referring to in the context of my middle class, rather than the missing middle, it's different. Because I was saying that across Africa, what we have seen in recent times is the African middle class wants also to have their children get loans as the children of the peasants are getting. And yet, this is the middle class that should be paying for education because they are able to pay. That's one dimension. That actually, if we were to have a debate where the middle class across Africa does not entertain the idea of getting a loan because their children will pay later, but have that money also be accessed in a more equitable manner by the poorest of the society, then we would be resolving one major crisis. The missing middle in South Africa is a bit more complicated. But I'm sorry to say that the South African problem is much more deeper than any other country in Africa. And I am sorry, I can see South Africa's problem exploding. In a 5 years' time, you are going to have even more crises than you have ever had. Because what you're calling the missing middle here, these are the people, and actually this is where the majority are, because these are people with very minimal salaries, but they're not crossing the threshold where they can benefit from what you are giving, right? And yet we know the story of inequality in South Africa. It's not the cause, it's not the African black, it's not the African, it's not the white. It's the structure of the government for the last 100 years that has reproduced these particular challenges. And therefore, to come with policies that tend to neglect that historical dimension in South Africa is going to make the issue explode. All that needs to be done in South Africa, I think, is also to advance loans rather than grants. I don't know whether that's done, because in Kenya, we are given loans. I paid my loan myself when I got employed. And that's the condition that everybody has. That when you get a loan as a student, you will have to repay so that the president here has got money to take it back to the economy. At present, however, there is a group of middle class that are not allowing their children to get the loan because you can afford to pay and you take them to a private university rather than a public university to reduce the congestion that you are likely to give to the child of a poor person. I think in South Africa the debate is completely different. It's a debate in South Africa where you have got to think very hard about which grants do you want to give to who and for how long. And also to bring some of the most established companies in South Africa, those companies that have got 200 years of existence, making money without taxes. Why can't we start saying that this is where they start paying back to the society?
And I suppose I ask that because there are those who say there's a scant distinction between the middle class and the missing middle because there's a phantom middle class in South Africa, particularly because of black tax. But let's get the discussion going. We have experts here, academia, who can speak to some of these things that I'm trying to articulate. Anybody with their hand up? Oh, okay. There's a question over here. We're going to take 3 questions, and then we'll come back.
Thank you
and
so
if
much.
you want to direct your question to somebody in particular, please also do indicate.
I just want to pick it from where Professor has ended, and maybe I just want to hear his comment. Especially, when African countries, most of them, when you look at them, you realize that their higher education budget as a result of the entire education budget is quite small. I don't think maybe in this room there is any country that has higher than 30%. It's even worse when it becomes the education budget over the GDP. And now I see models like some African countries, especially South Africa, going towards grants, amidst so many competing demands on the resource envelope. I just wanted to hear your comment. Is that sustainable, really? Because we are grappling with funding higher education. That governments don't have money. Governments have so many competing demands. Every time you get a new government, issues of geopolitical issues come in and their interests change. Is it sustainable in this era that we can be talking about grants and bursaries? I just wanted to hear your comment.
Let me begin by saying that Ghana, I think, finances education. I'm not sure whether it's higher education. We were discussing with them a few minutes ago. They give about 20% of total taxes I think, to higher education or something like that. But there is at least a figure tied to taxes, revenue generation that is given to higher education. So we can say that in the case of Ghana, for instance, that is very sustainable because there is a threshold you have got to give. The more you raise, the more education will get. But let's call a spade a spade. Yes, there are competing interests every time a new government comes to place, but every country has got its own priority. If we had concentrated on saying that we are developing a manpower for our own national developments as countries, some years back, we wouldn't be talking about the crisis we have. India, for instance, has got the majority of people in Silicon Valley in the US because they made a deliberate effort of saying that we want to build on the ICT infrastructure. Now they have got their youth in Silicon Valley. They are the ones who finance most of the ICT companies in India. Remittances are very high. It depends on how a country wants to get out of the hood. It depends also on your national priorities. Wanyama, if you have got a vision of a country like Uganda that focuses on, let's say, 10 or 20 years of certain development approach, perspective, and you concentrate on that particular vision, priorities will never change because they are focused on the same thing. But the problem is that we have got instances where we do not have coherent priorities or pursue a priority to the end, we tend to change things halfway, as if there is nothing like a national green agenda. Every time a new government comes to power, it changes things. But if there is a common and green agenda in any particular country, the vision documents that many countries have, that can make every priority be pursued by every government that comes to power. But the fact that we have got also problems with the mismanaging what we can call our own national priorities brings forth to these particular kind of challenges we are talking about. Right. There's no easy answer to what you're asking, Wanyama.
Are there any more questions? Okay, there's a gentleman here, two here. Well, okay, it's quick enough.
Mine will not be a question. I'm thinking through Professor's presentation of the rankings. And I'm hoping the team from Zambia was listening attentively. And I would like to have a very active discussion around that, because that's one reality Africa must realize. We can't pride in what's not evidential. And statistics don't lie. And those statistics do not speak well to us as we listen to them. They do show that we are not putting our money where our mouth is. We don't seem to care about the output of what we do. But sad still that we've not realized that we've drifted so much to being taken to primary, ECE, and sometimes university. And so it's as if we're investing in university education as an afterthought. So we do need to be a little honest and say it costs to produce a graduate, but a country must be willing to put the money where the graduate should come from. And that graduate is exportable. If you don't like calling it exportable, my minister calls it brain sharing. The many years back when Zambia was struggling to get the education system going, we were brain sharing with Egypt, brain sharing with Ghana, brain sharing with Kenya. And people were taught, and today we produce professors. So I think all we're being told here is that we will need to find means to make these things sustainable, conscious of what Professor earlier on spoke, or you also looking at the various nuances that influence your thought and your reason and resolve to finance the universities. And also to have university management that themselves are alive to their role beyond their titles. As he spoke about the title for the senior security officer, and not for the professor. Maybe for all of us, it sounded a nice joke. But it makes you realize that many a time we are caught up in titles, privileges, and we forget who makes the institution tick. For me, that's what he was telling me, that we don't value the personnel that give us the results. We rather value the titles that come from their effort. Lastly, if it takes African governments money, yes, let's go to AU. Let's go to SADC. Let's go to the bodies and lobby so that university education is given attention and also we manage it well. Then, having come here to discuss sustainable financing of higher education will be worth the money spent. I submit.
Thank you. And if we could just pass on. If there is another question, I'd like to take it now because we are going to wrap so that we can, yes, so I do acknowledge you. I just wanted to make, okay, so you'll be our last question then.
Yeah, my question goes to Prof. And it's on the issue of graduate unemployment across the continent. Yes, indeed, it is a real problem all over our countries in Africa. But I wanted to find out, is this, I think I see it more as an issue of the focus and be the emphasis and the approach that we give into our curriculum and the programs we run at our universities. More or less, I see most of these programs run in our universities as supply-driven rather than being demand-driven. And so we produce more, we churn out more students, who do not have specific abilities, and so they go out there and they are at the mercy of the weather, the mercy of employers to recruit them. But if the curriculum and the programs run will specifically develop them to meet certain demands that are out there, you should be able to probably address some of the problems. So I don't know, I wanted to see what Prof will have to say to this.
Okay. So, Prof, I'll get you to respond, and in that, please also say your closing statements, so then we'll just come back this way and end the session this way.
Okay. You are absolutely right that unemployment need to be thought about much more seriously. But let me say that the issues you raise clearly point to lack of connection between universities and the industry. And the moment we start realizing the need to connect universities with the industry and to have that dialogue, then we shall be addressing some of the fundamental problems that we have. The second thing to mention is that if those graduates were quality graduates, then what the PS is saying is what should be happening. We should be sharing brains. Those are the people who would be exporting, right? And by the way, we export more house helps out of the country than graduates. What makes us not export those graduates if we think they are of very good quality? Why is Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya exporting house helps to Middle East, right? And Philippines is exporting nurses. Can you see the contradiction? You're exporting unqualified house help. Philippines is exporting a nurse. Also, they export also house helps, but theirs is much more structured in a manner that remittances are a very big percentage of GDP. But I value your comment. Let's start having a conversation with the industry so that at least the graduates become of relevant to the industry. The curriculum that are taught, and as I said, if university professors are not publishing, what are they teaching? That's the question that my brother is also asking. My parting shot is to say every context matters. Of course, there is an extent to which we cannot make generalizations about how to address the crisis that we have. The South African experience is much more exceptional. I believe you people are holding something that is likely to explode on your hands fairly soon because of the manner in which it's being handled. Other countries, I think, are having different challenges to their problems. But what worries me most is the fact that the number of students enrolled in higher education in Africa is laughable. It's laughable. The figures really speak very badly about what we have as a continent in higher education. Africa cannot compete with those particular numbers. At 3% of enrolled students are university students, 3% in 21st century, 0.5% in Zambia, honestly, and Malawi, 3% in Kenya. We are joking as a continent.
Mr. Bojo?
Okay, yeah, but sometimes this is very tricky because, again, the numbers are very small, but even those few that we are producing are moving around and they do not get into the production, which again becomes tricky. And this is why, sometimes some of us who are in financing, we've been saying quietly when professors are not around that probably universities are creating problems, because financing probably shouldn't have been a problem if universities were actively listening, engaging, and working out of the box. What is happening sometimes in Tanzania and I guess somewhere else, you do have these universities closing themselves in, starting degree programs in theology, the low impact, they're not irrelevant, without listening to the market. And we think this is a problem. This is one. But two, probably Africa does not need a lot more university graduates. They probably need certain levels where we are not concentrating and focusing. And this is why the conversation, the dialogues are very important to involve various stakeholders so that the little resources that we have could be useful, and we could have a sustainable financing mechanism which would have impact in the end. And lastly, we always should have continued thinking about balancing the equity when financing. There would still be certain groups in the community in various countries that may need more attention and different treatments than the others. The language of your middle class, lower class, and higher class, these may have to be treated differently, which again would inform types of products in financing which would have to be done. And this is why, even for the financing bodies like ourselves, we are starting to look at diversification of the products that we're doing. Some of the students may need tuition fee, some would need support for the field practicals, and the other would need certain different, which again would move us from treating all students equally, but treating them according to what they need, and in response to what universities would have structured their programs to reflect to the financing that is needed. Thank you.
Ms. Padre, thank you very much. And I was to say, Mphahlele, Miss Mphahlele, I know I call everybody by their titles. I defer to Ausi, local context applied. Thank you. You can have your say.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. This is a very difficult topic that is being discussed. More specifically, in our context as South Africa, I will still say we are a young democracy. I think our sister countries from the rest of Africa, they have had their time to develop strategies, grow them, perfect them, and be where they are. I think South Africa itself has done extremely well. The contextual issues are very important. I think we have a history, we have a responsibility to address and to have equity and to make sure that our previously disadvantaged young people do benefit from the resources of the country. So I think the question, whether it's the right thing to offer bursaries or not, it's a very difficult one. But having said that, I think policies, any country that develops policy for higher education, policies must be alive to contemporary issues that changes from time to time, and those policies must be responsive. A very important element of it is that if a policy gets promulgated, implemented to address a particular issue and other issues come up, that policy, should now try to look at the context and say, what else do we need to do in the policy? And I think when I look at the environment in South Africa right now, it's exactly what is happening. So slowly, but in the right direction. In terms of comments around the role of universities and the role of other stakeholders, including the private sector, international organizations. I do think that universities have a huge responsibility to assist government to achieve the desired goals through the investment in higher education and training. And therefore, continuous engagement and understanding and being closer to the mandate of government is very important for university to just be close and understand where we're trying to get to as government so that we all drive towards the same objective. Interesting, the ranking. This is a topic that is very close to my heart, Prof. I think we must engage on that one. I do think that the ranking, who does this ranking for Africa? And even if we do it within Africa, on his literature, we're doing this ranking. As Africa, I do feel very strong that we need to start thinking about our own ranking indicators. What are we looking at? What informs these rankings? Who says that UCT is number 200 and odd? By whose standards? So I do think that having conversations like this really helps us to test and get ourselves out of our comfort zones as Africans to find homegrown solutions for Africa. If we stand and we put across to say, University of Ghana is the best in the world or in Africa, We're going to define the parameters that makes University of Ghana the best in the world. I could be out of context. I'm not an academic, but I'm just putting it out there that we are Africans. We know what Africa is all about. What is our parameters? What is our indicators? Are we going to ride on the perceptions and say it because it's what is acceptably correct? So it has been a very interesting discussion. I really enjoyed today. And I do think that as a country, we have really learned. This is our first time being a member of Haifa. We have listened. We're busy with our policy development processes. So all of these discussions are really going to be enriching to that process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mphahlele. So as we wrap up the session, perhaps just a thought or two from me may or may not be relevant, but as you're saying, these ratings agencies, we've recently had our own launch of such in terms of our financial markets, but the curricula that African universities offer, either in line with our developmental agenda as a whole, as a unit, as Africa, and I suppose that would influence whether or not how we see ourselves and how we rank ourselves. And I don't know if there are delegates from Zimbabwe here. I would like to, can I get a raised hand? No, not. They're not members. It's a pity because I was thinking about it when we're talking about government's commitment to funding higher education. As Prof said, for my sins, I am a journalist by day, not by night. I was thinking, speaking to some students who, the dropout rate is decreasing because of the high tuition fees in Zimbabwe. And what is sad and yet fascinating at the same time is that the sex industry has now become one of the financiers of those who want to go to school. If anything just blows the mind for me, it's that, and how as a state, as a government, we can let down our young people so much. This has been a very interesting discussion. Let's give a warm round of applause to the COO of NSFAS, Ms. Ntuseng Mphahlele, Professor Karuti Kanyinga, Chairman of University Fund in Kenya, and Mr. Abdul Badru, CEO, Higher Education Students Loan Board, Tanzania. I really think they deserve a warm round of applause. And with that, before you go, I'm going to ask Elson to please give us a word of thanks so that we can wrap up the day, so we can release you. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sapis, is this thing on? I might, on the side of protocol, it's my first to wrap up a session of, okay, at least now I know. Thank you very much, Wafi. Just as I was saying, I might, on the side of protocol, I am advised that the rightful person to close the session for today will be the president of Haifa. Over to you, sir. Please come over to the podium. Thank you.
CEO, there's no protocol for closing, because there's no protocol for sleeping. You just go to sleep, isn't it? But maybe a very exciting day, I think, for me, and hearing from what members have been able to share. And as Victor said in the morning, let the conversation start. I think the conversation has just started. But there are a few takeaways that we have taken that we will be, as IFA, will be trying to follow through and see what we can be able to do better and have a more engage discourse with the policy dialogue holders. One of them was, of course, just this, as we are concluding, is about the inequality in society within Africa. And I think it is worrying. And when you hear that even this country itself, that's a major concern that they are talking about, and even reintroduction of grants and not loans was part and parcel of trying to do away with the societal inequalities that exist. We already know, even from a learning perspective, these guys you're calling middle class, they seem to have their children doing better in terms of access to education, rather than the ones who come from the other side of the lower class, or the people, the hustlers, as they are called in my country. And they seem to have taken over the government of that republic today. So even as they take the republic, the hustlers take over government, the question is, do they have the knowledge to be able to run the country moving forward? Or they will bring policies of all these things of free education fees must fall and all this noise that we are hearing around. So those are very, kind of intimate discussions that we require among ourselves and see what we can do. We've taken the challenge as IFA in regard to what we earn today. There's a risk that IFA could be talking to itself. So when Michael Wanyama, you say that these bodies should be allowed to become autonomous, so who are you telling? Are you telling me? And therefore, the challenge now which goes against the governing council is, where do we place our audience? So that then where PS Kamoke is seated, they can be able to be told there was a declaration that came from South Africa and it is in ABCD in regard to these bodies' autonomy, because you have already seen and agreed that that is a challenge, moving forward. So we must get, as a governing council and as members of IFA, I'm challenging you on how do we make penetration. Kwaku, you lead the MDP committee, for example. Kwaku, you lead the development MDP committee. So these discussions that are here, how do they find themselves into the upstairs or in the tables of the president and ministers of education? To the extent that every IFA meeting that we are trying to do, one of the key things we have done is always the Minister for Education, let him be the chief guest, so that then maybe this conversation, you can carry it where we don't sit. They say, your boss always sits where you don't sit. So you don't let him always speak good about you, because you'll not be there to say he is not saying the truth. You can say anything else in that table and you are not able to defend yourself there. The sustainability frameworks, financing frameworks of these organizations, I think is something that we have discussed here. But as we said, the discussion has just started. So let's continue engaging on the discussion, because everybody imagines or thinks sustainability in his or our own or differently from what we are doing. And this afternoon has been an engagement in terms of linking industry to the academia. And for me, from where I come from, there has been this conversation that the funding agencies should look at what the students are learning and how they are learning, so that you are rewarding the ones who are passing exams. Then why do I need a faculty? Why do I need a VC? So, Jesus will save the world. You just preach to the one you can save only, just that one. And then, you cannot boil the ocean. So for me, focus on financing, and then let's share responsibilities. Let faculties be glued to what the student is achieving and the marks they are able to get. Then I look at the faculty themselves. I think there is no debate about it. They must be modernized to be responsive of the market situation. You must give us graduates of what the market requires. It is not we think was required then. I think that will be very, very important for us, to move forward. Over lunch, we were having the team of Zambia. They were telling me the number of graduate teachers who don't have jobs, and there's a shortage. But we are not training. The students we are financing, we are not financing them to find a job. We are financing them to co-create the world, the economy. So those teachers, for example, in Zambia, were saying, why are they starting a school of theirs in those areas where government has not been able to start a school? And that is the essence of actually moving to TVET, so that we can be able to produce skills that can become entrepreneurial in nature, and they start participating productively towards the development of the economy. It cannot be, I'm waiting for a job. That job may never come. Jesus might come before even that job comes. Then we have found that these institutions are now approaching financial crisis, the learning institutions. I think we have seen it in my own country. The amount of pending bills today by all the 75 universities today in Kenya is about 70 billion Kenya shillings. That's about 700 million US or thereabout. For sure, they don't know how to solve that situation of that 700 million US dollars that is actually outstanding. And we have finished this evening with the ranking of universities. And yes, I agree with you, CEO, who says that UCT is the top university by what standards. But then if you look at tomorrow, we have invited Professor Peking to come and tell us what do they go through. I think if we had allowed Professor Karute Kanyinga to go through what they look at, where are you publishing? Is it in the Guardian, or is it in some refereed journal, or wherever it is? Those are some of the things they actually consider. So again, let's engage her tomorrow to see what they look at in terms of universities ranking. And we just ended with Sepiso this evening on a sad note. I have just earned 6 for school fees. Did you hear that? That's what she's saying. But that is only one problem. In my country, there is something called 6 for marks, for grades. Then there is another one that is affecting higher education loans more directly. It is called the sponsorship mentality. So you do know that a girl requires at least slightly higher than a boy to stay well in a university, isn't it? The normal grooming aspect and the other things they need to. And so we have now people where HELB is unable to sponsor the girl. The girl must get another sponsor somewhere else to cover for that position. It's a sad story as we talk about social inequalities, as we talk about social rights and economic rights of these nations. That must be taken into account. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring this session to a close this evening and give you time to rest so that you can recharge for purposes of tomorrow. I will encourage Governing Council, please just look out on your WhatsApp. There could be a message coming there from the host, and we'll communicate that to University Fund Board, who is not on that WhatsApp group. So at this juncture, let me request that we close here and we have a peaceful and restful night. CEO, I don't know whether this is in order from South Africa. I noticed we started without a word of prayer. Some of us, whether we are producing less pastors or not, Undoro is not always. National anthem. I would request that we close with a word of prayer. And at this juncture, let me request Mrs. Masinde to come and say grace for us so that we have a restful and peaceful night. See you tomorrow at what? At 8. So tomorrow at 8, 8:30. So, okay. Sefiso will be the one with us tomorrow. So please, let's make it at 8:30 tomorrow for the final day. Thank you very much and have a restful evening. Barandi.
Thank you.
Good evening. I would request that we do the Lord's Prayer and then we'll do the grace. Okay. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.